Chapter 189. No, it's because you haven't experienced my bad side yet, and I'm constantly showing it to you. Yamu was angry. She threw the apple at Chiyu and said, "Annoying. Can't you be more serious?" Chiyu caught the apple with his mouth, took a bite, and said, "Why do I have to be serious? I think it's very good now. Do you want to see the pretentious me?" Yamu walked to the fence and looked at the endless sea. "Chiyu, can you really accompany me for 3 months?" Chiyu shook his head and said, "Of course not." Yamu suddenly turned around, her beautiful eyes filled with disappointment. Chiyu laughed evilly and said, "It should be you accompanying me for 3 months. That's right. I'm so bad. How about you? Why don't I let you bite me?" Chiyu wretchedly moved closer. Yamu pushed his face away and said, "Annoying. But I remember you said that you can only stay in Greece for a month and you have to go to other Western countries. Won't I delay your matters?" Chiyu shook his head and said, "Of course not. I said, you're the one accompanying me, not me accompanying you." Yamu was startled. She looked at him in shock and said, "What do you mean?" Chiyu smiled mysteriously and said, "It's good that you understand. Can I?" Yamu looked at the 2 floors below the yacht and said hesitantly, "But, Chiyu, there's no but. You've already lost your energy. What can you do by staying in Greece? Furthermore, in this kind of situation, your constellation guardians are protecting you every day, and they are afraid of each other. Who would dare to do anything? Don't you want to create a chance for them and let the tumor truly appear? Not to mention, don't you want to play in other Western countries? What's the point of staying in the same place all the time? No matter how beautiful the Aegean Sea is, you won't be able to feel its beauty if you look at it every day." Yamu was obviously tempted. Looking at Chiyu's gaze softened, he said in a low voice, "But they won't allow me to leave Greece under such circumstances. How are we going to leave?" Chiyu smiled bitterly and said, "You are the goddess Athena. Is it that difficult to get a passport? Or is it the manager of the Athens shipping company? They won't let you go. We can also sneak away. With my abilities, I wouldn't be Kirin if I couldn't get you out of Greece under their watch. Let's take a step back. So what if you don't have a passport? At most, I can fly you out of Greece. Anyway, this place is not far from other Western countries, right?" Yamu's eyes revealed a hint of excitement. "Sneak away? I've never experienced it before. When are we going to run?" Chiyu said, "A month later." Yamu was taken aback and said, "Is it going to take that long?" Chiyu smiled and said, "I don't know who was hesitating just now. Now you're anxious. Of course it's going to take a month. Don't forget, Ming Ming and Lin Yifan's agreement is a month. If we go, we naturally have to take Ming Ming with us." Yamu looked at Chiyu's eyes dimmed a bit. She smiled somewhat self-deprecatingly. "I forgot. I'm not the only one for you." Chiyu sighed and said, "It's not that you forgot. You just don't want to think about it. I'm sorry." Yamu shook her head and said, "It's nothing. In fact, you and I both know that even now, our relationship is just a cooperative one. Don't worry, I won't make things difficult for you. If Miss Ming Ming has any misunderstandings, I can also explain for you." Chiyu said, "No need. I think, with Ming Ming's trust in me, I don't need to explain." Yamu's purple eyes quickly regained their luster. "Okay, let's not talk about this, okay? At least for this month, you belong to me. I'll take you to have fun in Greece for a month. I think that's enough time. Chiyu, can you promise me that during this month, try not to think about your girlfriends, okay?" Hearing Yamu's pleading voice, Chiyu nodded almost subconsciously. "Okay, I promise you." Yamu's pretty face regained a smile, and she looked at Chiyu with a smile and said, "Don't regret it. I'm really looking forward to this month. But I'm a little afraid that this month will pass too quickly. Ever since I was young, I finally had a month that belonged to me. This month, I'm Yamu, not Athena." Chiyu pulled her in front of him and looked deeply into her purple eyes. He said firmly, "Yes, you're Yamu, not Athena." From a second day that Chiyu and Ming Ming arrived in Athens, the real tour began. Every day, Chiyu and Ming Ming could only see each other in the hotel at night. On the surface, Ming Ming seemed to be angry and didn't pay attention to him at all. Every day, Chiyu and Yamu, Ming Ming and Lin Yifan would go out to play. Very tacitly, they went to different places every day. From the first day to the 30th day, they didn't see each other. However, the two pairs who traveled to Greece at the same time had different effects. Until the 30th day, Lin Yifan didn't even touch Ming Ming's hand. He had tried his best. All the romance that a man could create, he had shown it to Ming Ming. However, Ming Ming also made him understand that true love couldn't be changed by material power. But Chi Yu and Yamu had a completely different result. In a month, starting from the Aegean Sea, they almost visited all the famous historical sites in Greece and all the beautiful places. Although there were always 11 people following them, they seemed to have forgotten everything. They were completely immersed in joy. It was the first time in her life that Yamu could completely control her own month. What about Chi Yu? It was the first time in his life that he had been so happy for a whole month. Before becoming a Zodiac guardian god warrior, Chi Yu's life could be said to be dark. After he became a Zodiac guardian god warrior, he had to carry too many things on his shoulders. Training, fighting, they were all in his life. How could he have time to play? In this month, he was really happy, to the point that he forgot to be vigilant. He was with Yamu every day. He rarely went back to the hotel. The staircase at the entrance of Parthenon became the place where he spent most of his nights. Playing in the day, training at night. Chi Yu and Yamu were together almost all the time. Even when they were not together, they only had each other's shadows in their hearts. Mephisto had secretly discussed this with Miero. From the time they knew Yamu and became constellation guardians until now, it had been so many years. Yamu's smile seemed to be more than this month. In the end, even the constellation guardians could not bear to disturb the two of them. They tried to stay as far away as possible. After all, they had a deep understanding of Chi Yu's strength. With Chi Yu by Yamu's side, even if the Pope came, it would not be easy to hurt Yamu. Good times always pass quickly. In the blink of an eye, a month had finally passed. Night fell. The last day of playing in Greece made Chi Yu a little unhappy. It was finally time to leave. Sitting on the staircase in front of Parthenon, he thought about everything that had happened in the past month. It kept flashing in front of his eyes. This month, to him, was like leaving reality. It was as if he had broken away from reality. Everything was no longer important, and he had completely released himself. And Chi Yu was surprised to find that his indulgence did not cause his cultivation to drop. Instead, with his open heart, he relied on the training at night to raise his strength to the peak of the 6 clouds realm. And the bottleneck between the 6 clouds and 7 clouds actually loosened. It seemed like he could break through at any time. He did not forget to call Ruyue and Wenting every day, and it was always at night. Apart from cultivating at night, he was in contact with his 3 beloved women. Although he still remembered the spiritual communication with Ming Ming and what Ming Ming told him about Lin Yifan, but in his eyes, there was more of Yamu's shadow. It was over. The month of indulgence was over. It was time for him to return to reality. Although in this month, Chi did not grasp too many secrets about the constellation guardians, he did not regret it at all. This month of indulgence allowed him to experience the joy of life again. Looking up at the bright moon in the sky, Chi Yu let out a long sigh. There was a faint smile in his eyes. He would be leaving tomorrow. Although he would still be with Yamu, he had to return to reality. He still had to do what he had to do. There were still many things waiting for him. Chi Yu, Yamu's gentle voice sounded. Turning around, Chi Yu naturally held Yamu's hand, and Mephistopheles, who was also at the main entrance of Parthenon, turned around awkwardly, as if he did not see anything. That day, Chi Yu showed mercy to Miero. He had already gained his respect. Towards Chi Yu and Yamu's simple intimate actions, he turned a blind eye. Why did you come out? You should have started training at this time. Oh, right, I haven't asked you. How is your fusion with the divine weapon? Yamu shyly glanced at Chi Yu and said, "Come in with me first." With that, she actually pulled Chi Yu's hand and walked into Parthenon. This was the first time in a month. Chi Yu could not help but be a little surprised. He looked at Yamu and teased. "My goddess, is it because I am leaving, so you decided to devote your life to me?" Yamu snorted, "Stop dreaming. Let's go. I have something to say to you." Turning around, Mephistopheles looked at the back view of the two entering Parthenon. He wanted to stop them, but in the end, he did not say anything to stop them. He thought to himself, forget it. Chi-Yu is going to leave. It's okay to let them talk for a while. Miss knows what to do. With a faint smile, Chi-Yu's eyes revealed a faint light. When he and Yamu re-entered Parthenon, he was a little surprised to find that after not coming here for a month, the holy aura in Parthenon seemed to be stronger than the last time he came here. Could it be because Yamu had injected energy into Athena's divine weapon? Chi-Yu, I thought about it. I still don't want to go with you. Yama lowered her voice and gestured Chi-Yu to use Thundercloud Force to create a space that only belonged to them. Under the energy isolation, Chi-Yu asked, why? Didn't we already agree? Yama shook her head and said, I'm sorry, I've thought about it carefully. If I go with you for 2 months, I'm afraid that the Constellation Guardians will be resentful. After all, Chi-Yu waved his hand and stopped Yamu from continuing. No, you have to go with me. You've already promised me. You're a goddess. You can't go back on your word. Yamu pleaded, Chi-Yu, I really can't go. Chi-Yu smiled and said, why can't you go? Is there a disaster in Greece that requires you to stay? But don't forget, you've already lost all your energy. Even if you stay, there's no use. Come with me. 2 months is not a long time. Moreover, you can still contact them through the phone. Just give me my phone number. Yama looked at Chi-Yu, her eyes revealing a struggle. Chi-Yu, there are some things that I don't know if I should tell you. Chi-Yu waved his hand and said, if it's a secret of the Constellation Guardians, you don't have to say it. Although we're already engaged in name, but I hope that we can leave some space for each other. After all, we belong to the East and the West. Some things, it's better not to say it out loud. I can understand your difficulties, but this time, you have to go with me. I've promised to protect you. Only by having you by my side can I achieve all these. Don't you understand? Don't think so much. You've already applied for the passport. Why are you still hesitating? We've already been together for a month. This month, I've been very happy. I believe you're the same. Why not let our happiness be longer? All right, don't think too much. Whether you leave or not, there are pros and cons. Since that's the case, just take it as you're doing it for me, all right? Looking at Chi-Yu, 2 drops of tears fell from the corner of Yamu's eyes. She sighed and nodded her head quietly. Lowering her head, she shifted her gaze to her feet. For you. Chi-Yu pulled Yamu into his embrace. Using both hands, he held her delicate face and gently kissed her forehead. Rest well, train hard. Strive to fuse with your divine weapon as soon as possible. Only when you have the strength to protect yourself can I leave in peace. He did not stay any longer, because he did not want the Constellation Guardians to suspect anything. He turned and walked out of Parthenon. Yamu raised her hand, wanting to call Chi-Yu back, but when the words reached her mouth, she could not say them. Tears continued to flow. Looking at Chi-Yu's tall and sturdy back, her heart trembled slightly. Early in the morning, Chi-Yu arrived at the Athens airport under the escort of Mephisto and Miero. When he arrived at the airport, Ming Ming and Lin Yifan were already there. To Chi-Yu's surprise, Lin Yifan did not seem to be dissatisfied. She even had a smile on her face. He could not help but feel a little uneasy. He gave Ming Ming an inquiring look. Ming Ming pursed her lips and chuckled, but did not say anything. She looked at Chi-Yu with a teasing look in her eyes. Lin Yifan took the initiative to walk in front of Chi-Yu and extended his right hand. Chi-Yu subconsciously raised his hand and shook it. Mr. Lin, are you here to send us off? Lin Yifan laughed bitterly. To be honest, I'm really not convinced. I'm not convinced why Ming Ming treats you so well. Even after knowing the news of the engagement between you and Miss, her feelings for you have never changed. Chi said with some pride. So are you ready to give up now? Lin Yifan laughed. Give up? Why should I give up? It's just that the form is different. Mr. Chi, I hope that Greece and the Yinhuang Republic will be friends forever. Also, you must take good care of Ming Ming. Otherwise, as her brother, I won't agree to it. I know I can't beat you, but if you bully Ming Ming, I will definitely kill my way to the Yinhuang Republic with an AK-47. Chi-Yu looked at Lin Yifan in bewilderment. When did you? Ming Ming chuckled. Yifan is so outstanding. He's much better than you. Why can't I call him my brother? Chiyu scratched his head and said awkwardly, Yes, of course you can. Lin Yifan patted Chiyu's shoulder and smiled. However, after knowing Ming Ming, I'm more and more fascinated by the women in the Eastern Vocational College. If I have the chance to go to the Yanhuang Republic again, Mr. Qi, I'll have to trouble you to introduce a girlfriend to me. I won't delay you anymore. Take care. Chiyu held Ming Ming's hand as they walked into the departure hall. He couldn't help but admire Lin Yifan in his heart. Even though he knew it was impossible, he could still look at the big picture and didn't let his personal affairs affect the relationship between the two countries. Such character was enough to earn his respect. Did you miss me? Ming Ming and Chiyu sat in the first-class cabin. She leaned her head on Chiyu's shoulder. Ming Ming gently tapped his leg and asked domineeringly, Of course I missed you. Don't you know that I'm going crazy with jealousy? Chiyu laughed. Ming Ming twitched her mouth and said, I don't see that. I think you're having too much fun. Miss Yamu is so beautiful. When you're with her, do you still remember to miss me? Chiyu pulled Ming Ming's little hand to his mouth and kissed it. It's not the same. You know it. The flight to England took off from the airport and headed in the direction of London. An hour after the plane left the Athens airport, there was an earth-shattering uproar in Parthenon. Miss is missing? How could this be? Mephistopheles stood in the middle of Parthenon. His eyes revealed a deep fear. All the constellation guardians were gathered in the temple. Each of them looked at Mephistopheles with a dignified face. Everyone had a different expression. However, they also realized the seriousness of the matter at the same time. Lyumides, your senses are the sharpest among us. Didn't you notice where Miss Breath went? Mephistopheles' gaze fell on the Virgo constellation guardian, who was as pretty as a girl. Lyumides smiled bitterly and shook her head. When did Miss leave? There was no sign at all. You and Miero go and send Chiyu to the airport. We've been guarding here all along. Previously, we could still clearly feel Miss Breath in the temple. But just now, the young Mrs. Aura suddenly disappeared without any warning. I don't know what's going on. Mephistopheles' breath was obviously unstable. His gaze on Lyumides became extremely sharp. It must be him. It must be him who took Mississippi otherwise. Who else could take Miss away without warning under our surveillance? Ilias said angrily. Miguelis nodded. I agree with Ilias. It must be Chiyu who took Mississippi. Mephistopheles was puzzled. But I saw Chiyu and Miss Ming Ming board the plane together with my own eyes. Saul said, That doesn't prove that Miss didn't go with them. Chiyu is a very strange person. Maybe he has a way to sneak Miss away. After all, isn't Miss already engaged to him? Is Miss going to abandon us? As soon as Ilias heard Saul's voice, he became angry. Shut up. How can Miss really marry that person? But Miss doesn't have the ability to protect herself now. If she leaves Athens, the possibility of encountering danger will greatly increase. Mephistopheles, make a decision quickly. Mephistopheles' eyes flashed. He hesitated a little, then said decisively, Well, in that case, Miero, Ilias, Jesse, Salem, and Miguelis will immediately take the next plane to London to find Mississippi. The rest of you stay here and wait for news. Once you find anything, contact us immediately. Ilias said, Let's take Mrs. Private plane to London. Maybe we can arrive a step earlier than them. In that case, we can stop them. Mephistopheles' eyes lit up, and he said, Good idea. Then let's go immediately. London, the capital of the United Kingdom, was also known as the Fog City because it was a heavy industrial city. Its environment was indeed much worse than Athens. When Chiyu and Ming Ming walked out of London Airport, suddenly feeling the filth in the air, the two frowned at the same time. Ming Ming glanced at Chiyu and said, Where should we go now? Why must we come to London? This city feels far less comfortable than Athens. Chiyu smiled and said, Of course there is a reason to come here. Don't you want to see Jing again? Ming Ming's eyes lit up, and she said, You mean Jing is in London? Chiyu nodded and said, The last time we were in Dali, Klinsmann secretly told me before he left that the headquarters of the Dracula family is in an old castle on the outskirts of London. I wonder how Jing is now. With Klinsmann's red gold, primordial blood last time. She should be a strong person by now. Ming Ming sighed and said, Unfortunately, Jing has become a vampire. That Klinsman, humph. Chiyu smiled slightly and said, "So what if she's a vampire?" Hey, they actually caught up so quickly. Ming Ming, let's go quickly. As he spoke, Chiyu immediately pulled the puzzled Ming Ming out of the airport quickly, hailed a taxi, and headed towards London. What caught up? Chiyu, what are you talking about? Chiyu smiled slightly and said, "You'll know later, but don't be too surprised. You'll know in a while, but don't be too surprised." Athens was not as far from London as the Yanhuang Republic. Although taking the private jet did not take up any time, Mephisto and the others were still a step behind Chiyu and the rest when they arrived in London. After taking off an hour later, they could not catch up even if they flew the plane to the limit. When they arrived in London, Chiyu and Ming Ming could be said to be in the dark. Fortunately, Ming Ming was a university student majoring in foreign languages, and her English was very good, so the two did not make a fool of themselves. The two took the taxi all the way to the center of London before getting out. Didn't you say that the headquarters of the Dracula family is in the outskirts of London? Then what are we doing in the city now? Ming Ming asked puzzledly. Chiyu chuckled and said, "You probably don't understand. Although Klinsman told me that his castle is in the outskirts, he did not give me the specific address. You have to let me look for it. And the way to look for it is naturally to find a vampire to ask. Vampires are nocturnal, so obviously we can't do it now. Let's find a place to eat first, and then look for Klinsman at night." Ming Ming said, "Then let's find a hotel. I want to take a shower." Chiyu shook his head and said, "No, those people are already chasing us. If we stay in a hotel, we will definitely have to register. I'm afraid that they will soon come to our door." At this time, as the two talked, he had already pulled Ming Ming to an empty street. In Yanhuang terms, this was a small alley. No one appeared. "Who the hell is chasing us? Don't tell me we're afraid." Chiyu said, "I'm not afraid, but it will be very troublesome if these people catch up. My goddess, it's time for you to come out." While saying that, Chiyu deliberately used Thousand Transformation Big Dipper Realm to set up an invisibility field, enveloping himself and Ming Ming. In this case, even satellites could not capture their figures. Under Ming Ming's shocked gaze, the Kirin pearl lit up. With a flash of light, a graceful figure appeared out of thin air in front of her and Chiyu. Seeing the appearance of this person, Ming Ming couldn't help but cover her small mouth in shock. "Oh my god, Chiyu, you actually kidnapped someone's goddess." Yama smiled and said, "Hello, Miss Ming Ming. I will call you Ming Ming, is that okay?" Ming Ming nodded subconsciously. Looking at Yamu, she really couldn't believe that Chiyu would be so daring. Yama's appearance also cleared her previous doubts. There was no need to ask who was chasing them. It was definitely the Constellation Guardian. Chiyu smiled and said, "Ming Ming, you didn't expect this, right?" Ming Ming looked at him strangely and said sourly, "A month together is not enough. Why did you bring her along? What is going on?" It turned out that after Chiyu and Yama's discussion, before they left in the morning, he used his familiarity with Yama's aura and used his own thundercloud force to create the exact same aura. Then he kept Yamu in his own Kirin Pearl and quietly brought the goddess Athena away. As Yamu had lost her own energy, when Chiyu changed her aura, the energy undulations were not obvious. Furthermore, there was the concealment of the 1,000 opportunities and 100 changes Jade Pearl Realm technique, which made the Constellation Guardians unable to detect it. Chiyu said, "In order to fuse with Athena's divine weapon, Yamu temporarily transferred all her energy into her divine weapon. So, now she's the same as an ordinary person. And there are probably people with hidden intentions among the Constellation Guardians. For her safety, I brought her out. Once she recovers her strength, everything will be fine. This is also the reason why I cooperated with Yamu." Ming Ming squeezed Chiyu's hand hard and nodded to Yamu gracefully, saying, "Hello, Sister Yamu. It's hard to believe that Chiyu could actually bring you out. But now, you don't look like a goddess at all." Hearing Ming Ming's words, Yamu could not help but smile bitterly. She really did not look like a goddess now. Originally, she was pure and holy, but now, she was dressed like this, which she had never experienced in her life. Ever since Chiyu saw Yamu's revealing leather outfit, it had left a deep impression on him. He found an opportunity to get a set for Yamu. Of course, Yamu refused to wear it, but Chiyu told her that in order to hide her identity, she had to cover up her pure and holy aura. Without a choice, Yamu fought for it, and after some improvements, she became like this. Black leather pants, from the thighs down, it was completely hollowed out. Her upper body was wearing a small red leather jacket that looked like a vest. It was made of a very thin, special leather. It was very breathable. A pair of snow-white arms were exposed, and a bit of skin was also exposed in front of her chest. It completely outlined her figure. In the morning, when Chiyu saw Yama change into this outfit, he was stunned for a full 5 minutes. He never thought that not only was Yama beautiful, but her aura was also superb. Even her figure was 1 in a million. Her figure was not as hot as Ryu's, nor was it as seductive as Suava's. However, every part of her body was perfectly proportioned. The golden ratio appeared at her waist. Her slender legs were perfectly round and straight, and the lines were extremely soft. Her slender waist seemed like it could be grasped with one hand. Although her round breasts were not very exaggerated, they were just at the level where one could grasp them with one hand. Especially that delicate and perky, but it made Chiyu swallow his saliva. Her long purple wavy hair was tied up and covered by a black baseball cap. The color of her hair was also specially dyed dark red by Chiyu. If one did not see Yamu from the front, or those who were familiar with her aura, they would definitely not be able to recognize that this beautiful and sexy lady was actually the successor of the goddess Athena. Chapter 190. Yamu held the brim of her hat with her hand. Not to mention you. Even I can't recognize myself. This dress is a little tight. It's not comfortable to wear. Ming Ming asked curiously, Sister Yamu, what did you wear in the past? Yamu smiled and said gently, I usually wear long dresses. Long dresses are less restrictive and more comfortable to wear. Ming Ming exclaimed in admiration, You look beautiful no matter what you wear. Yamu smiled and said, Ming Ming is not bad too. Don't judge Yifan by his appearance. In fact, he didn't manage to win your heart. I don't know how painful it is for him. Ming Ming blushed and said, Sister Yamu, you can't make fun of me. Chiyu said that your people are already here. Aren't you afraid of being found by them? Chiyu said proudly, If they find me so easily, I don't have to live in this world anymore. As he spoke, he pulled Yamu with one hand and Ming Ming with the other, and walked towards the main road outside. A faint energy was emitted from Chiyu's body and enveloped Yamu's body. The aura that she emitted was not very strong to begin with, was completely blocked and not released at all. Just as Chiyu and the other two were wandering the streets of London, looking for London's specialty snacks, a black message had already filled the entire Western underground world. A $100 million reward for a person's life. This is the first time I've received such unprecedented news. However, the request is really strange. Although the person is going to die, the corpse must be whole, and even the blood must be preserved. What kind of request is this? In a dark bar, a tall man looked at the note in his hand with dissatisfaction. The bartender shrugged helplessly and said, I think it's worth it. Isn't it just killing a woman? Since they're willing to pay so much money, it's normal for them to have more requests. Jack, are you going to take it? The man called Jack wore a pair of dark green canvas pants and a sleeveless tight vest, perfectly displaying his majestic granite-like muscles. A cold glint flashed in his eyes. Yes, of course I will. Why not? If this deal succeeds, I can retire early and go to Hawaii to enjoy the beauties on the beach. The bartender sneered. Then you'll have to work hard. The time limit was 1 month, and there were 3 people in total. Don't get it wrong. That woman is beautiful. I've seen her picture. She was the type of classical Western beauty. Don't let your sperm get to your head at that time. I've delayed the mission. Jack snorted disdainfully. How can a beautiful woman compare to $100 million? I'm leaving. As he spoke, he threw out a $10 bill, turned around, and walked out of the bar. A cold glint flashed in the bartender's eyes as he muttered to himself, Jack, I hope your luck is better. There was no limit to the number of people who could participate in this mission. Although you've entered the top 100 in the world, I'm afraid there won't be many chances. At the same time, assassin organizations all over the world receive this $100 million mission in the dark underground world. London was destined to no longer be peaceful. Chiyu watched in surprise as Yamu finished her fourth fried fish. Looking at the residue of fried bread on her pretty face, he couldn't help but find it funny. Yamu, have you noticed that your appetite has been growing since I came to Athens? Fish and chips were very famous snacks in London, and the taste was really good. There was already a pile of fish bones in front of Chiyu. Yamu glanced at Chiyu and said, "Who said I can't eat more?" Ming curiously asked, "Sister Yamu, aren't you afraid of getting fat? Oily food is the easiest to get fat." Yamu smiled and said, "We can use energy to regulate the body fat. It's very simple. You should be able to do it too." Ming's beautiful big eyes lit up. "Is it really possible? That's great. Sister Yamu, you must teach me." Yamu smiled and nodded. She picked up the fifth fish and said, "No problem. I'll teach you later. It's very simple." At this time, she was wearing the oversized sunglasses that only celebrities would wear, which almost covered half of her face. Coupled with the oil stains on her pretty face, she looked very cute. She didn't look like Athena at all. Ming also picked up a fried fish excitedly. "Finally, I don't have to pay attention to my figure anymore. That's great. I'll eat too." Chiyu bitterly smiled and said, "I'm so pitiful. My wallet." At this time, Chiyu's face suddenly changed. He suddenly pulled Yamu's chair and pulled her delicate body into his arms. Yamu's fried fish was still in her mouth. With a bang, the ground where Yamu was originally had a deep pit with a diameter of about 2 inches. Ming's eyes flashed. She locked onto the top of a building nearby and looked at it. Chiyu used his body to protect Yamu. At this time, another sniper bullet came instantly. This time, Chiyu didn't dodge. He coldly snorted, and an invisible wind quietly appeared around his body. Under the influence of the wind, the bullet stuck close to Yamu's body and fell to the ground. Ming was just about to rush out, but she was stopped by Chiyu. "Let's go. It seems that the show is about to start." As he said that, he hugged Yamu in his arms and quickly flashed into the shop next to them. Jack blew the smoke from the sniper's muzzle and cursed. In his heart, he was secretly surprised. What sharp reaction! Could it be that this man can predict danger? Just as he was puzzled, he suddenly realized that the air around his body seemed to solidify, and it was extremely difficult to turn around. The next moment, the air became an invisible killer. A bright red had already appeared on his neck. Jack's eyes widened, and his tall body unwillingly fell to the ground. Until the moment before his consciousness completely disappeared, he didn't know how he died. Chiyu, who entered the shop, revealed a trace of cold light in his eyes. "Want to touch my woman? You will have to pay the price." Yamu's expression was very calm. She didn't panic because of the attack just now. She smiled and said to Chiyu, "Thank you." Chiyu frowned and said, "So fast. Seems like there really was a problem with those Constellation Guardians. There was actually an assassin sneak attack." Yamu took out a piece of tissue from her pocket and wiped her pink and white face. She removed the oil stains from the fried fish. "Seems like my judgment was right. I'm afraid this is just the beginning. According to what I know, in the assassin world, those who use sniper rifles are all low-level assassins. The real assassins don't use firearms." Chiyu smiled and said, "Then are you afraid? If you are afraid, then return to the Kirin Pearl. It is absolutely safe there. Unless I die, no one can hurt you." Yamu smiled and shook her head. "No, I want to see how you protect me." Chiyu pulled Yamu's hand and said, "Let's go." The 2 shots just now must have attracted the attention of the passers-by. "I'm afraid the police are coming." The 3 of them quietly walked out of the shop and boarded a taxi. They headed in the other direction of London. It was just like what Yamu had said. The attack was just the beginning. "Driver, where are you taking the car? We're not going there. You are going the wrong way." Ming reprimanded the driver in English. The driver was a skinny guy with messy blonde hair. He turned his head and smiled at Ming. "I'm not going the wrong way. This is a road to hell." Chi smiled indifferently and said, "Since you are going to hell, then we will not accompany you." Under the driver's surprised gaze, Chi and the other two disappeared into thin air. In the next moment, the taxi exploded violently. Standing at the corner of the street, looking at the panicking crowd, Ming Ming said in surprise, "How did you find out?" Chi smiled and said, "Isn't it easy? As soon as I got in the car, my spiritual power discovered the change in the driver. He really thought that we would be fooled. But who do you think I am?" As he spoke, he opened his right hand, and more than 10 blue steel needles appeared in his hand. "These are on our seats just now. I confiscated them when I got in the car first. If my guess is correct, there should be anesthetic poison on them. The driver probably thought that we were already anesthetized, so he drove the car in another direction. Unfortunately, when I got in the car, I noticed a change in his aura and paid special attention to it. These killers are really annoying. Although they are not a real threat, they are like toads that have landed on our feet. They do not bite, but they are very disgusting." Yamu sighed and said, "It seems that we will not be able to move an inch in London." Chiyu smiled and said, "Not necessarily. At least, there's a place that is temporarily safe." "Where?" Yamu and Ming Ming asked in unison. Chiyu pointed to a tall building in front and said with a smile, "That's it." Following the direction of his finger, Yamu and Ming Ming saw the sign of cross. "Church, are you religious?" Yamu asked curiously. Chiyu laughed and said, "Do you believe?" Ming Ming laughed and said, "Sure. One of you is Kirin, and the other is Goddess Athena, but you have to rely on the protection of a church. If this gets out, I am afraid people will die of laughter." Chiyu smiled and said, "We're just borrowing this place to rest for a while. When night falls, we will look for Klinsman. I do not believe that there are killers who dare to kill people in the Dracula family's castle. If that is the case, it will be even more interesting." As he spoke, he waved his right hand, and the steel needle in his hand disappeared. Within a radius of 300 meters from where they were, more than 10 people of different appearances had quietly fallen. Listening to the ear-piercing sirens of the London police cars, Chiyu held Ming Ming with one hand and Yamu with the other as they walked into the church. London was a city of high status in the West, and the scale of the church here was also much larger than other cities. As soon as they entered the church, they saw many people worshiping devoutly or reading the Bible in a low voice. Chiyu took the two women to a corner and sat down. He was a little surprised to find that the cross hanging on the innermost part of the church had a faint energy fluctuation. Yamu said, "This church is not the largest church in London. One of the most famous places in London is St. Paul's Cathedral. That is the central cathedral of London. A red-robed archbishop was in charge of it. It is one of the most famous places in the entire Vatican. With St. Paul's Cathedral as the center, there are 4 smaller churches in London. This should be one of them. It should be run by a cardinal. Don't underestimate a cardinal. There's only a difference of one word between a cardinal and a cardinal, but the difference in status in the Vatican is huge. The cardinal's power in the Vatican is second only to the Pope. Even the Inquisition is very respectful to them." Chiyu snorted coldly and said, "I haven't settled the score with the Vatican in Yanhuan. If it wasn't for them, I wouldn't have to use the ultimate Kirin arm. Since I'm in the West this time, I should pay a visit to His Highness the Pope if I have the chance." "Yamu, your Greece is also in the West. How much do you know about the Pope, and how strong is he?" Yamu said, "In terms of individual ability, the Pope can't compare to us at all. However, in terms of overall strength, I'm afraid we can't compare to him." Chiyu was shocked. From what Yamu said, the Pope's strength was actually above the two of them. This was a little hard for him to believe. Yamu said, "I've seen the Pope once in Vatican. The current Pope is already very old. His overall strength can be described as unfathomable. The Pope, or the Vatican, the most powerful ability is to use the energy fluctuations of himself as the center to ask for help from God to obtain great strength. Generally speaking, the Pope can summon archangels to help him in battle. In the Vatican's belief, archangels are equivalent to the existence of God. Although they are different from the gods in our Greek mythology, they're also very powerful. I think with our current strength, we still have a chance to face one archangel alone. If there are two, it will be very difficult. Ming Ming said in shock. It can't be. The Vatican is actually so powerful. But those fellows who came to our Yin Huang Republic last time weren't that great. Yama smiled and said, the strongest that came to the Yin Huang Republic last time was only a cardinal, and the one who claimed to be a cardinal was only a cardinal. If there were really 5 cardinals whose positions are higher than cardinal, that monster wouldn't be able to do anything no matter how powerful it is. The real strength of the Vatican is still the Pope and the cardinals. The 4 cardinals each have the ability to summon an archangel, but the Pope can summon 2 archangels. Qiyu said doubtfully. Then the one that came to Yin Huang last time was only a cardinal, and not a cardinal. But didn't they say that there were only 2 cardinals? In terms of numbers, it seems that the cardinal bishops are stronger. Yema shook her head and said, no, that's not it. The cardinals are close to the Pope, and can be said to be under the Pope's command. That's why their positions are higher than the cardinals. But compared to the red-robed archbishops that Yin Huang people speak of, the cardinal bishops are much weaker in terms of strength and status. Originally, I found it strange as well. I thought that the Vatican would at least send 1 cardinal. But later I found out that the Temple of Darkness and the Vatican were locked in a fierce battle, and the Vatican couldn't deploy more powerful forces. Qiyu, although we are not weak, but don't underestimate the Vatican and the Temple of Darkness. The 2 of them have been constantly fighting for thousands of years. So in terms of battle strength, they are very strong. If not for their mutual restraint, the Vatican's tentacles would have long spread to your Yin Huang Republic. Qiyu is secretly shocked. If it was as Yamu said, the Vatican actually had 5 people with similar strength to him in Yamu. If that was the case, the Vatican's strength was too terrifying. Yamu said, you don't have to be too nervous. Although the Vatican was powerful, their strongest experts were in different countries after all. It's hard to gather their strength. The archangels are indeed very strong, but my evaluation of their strength just now is, that is when we don't use our divine treasures. With your Xin Yuan sword, you should be able to fight against the Pope. But the Pope has many other powerful moves, so in terms of overall strength, he should be stronger than you. As for me, I can only fight against him after I completely merge the 3 divine treasures. I think your strength should have a lot of room for improvement. Qiyu nodded. What about the Dark Parliament? Although they have always been suppressed by the Vatican, they shouldn't be too far behind. Yamu said, the Dark Parliament is very mysterious. I only know a little about it. The Dark Parliament is made up of many large families. The Klinsman you met is one of the 13 members of the Dark Parliament. On the surface, he has a high position in the Dark Parliament. But in reality, his strength is only average. It's because he has the highest chance of becoming the peak Blood Emperor that he can sit in his current position. And the Dark Parliament is the strongest. It's the chairman of the Dark Parliament and the experts of his own race. Do you remember the disaster I told you about? When the disaster comes, it's the easiest place to get benefits. I'm afraid it's the Dark Parliament. When that time comes, the Dark Parliament's strength will increase greatly. The Vatican won't be able to fight against them. That's why I want to work with your Zodiac guardian god. If it's possible, it's better for you to coordinate with the Vatican. Qiyu said indifferently. That's impossible. The Vatican's actions left a deep impression on me. We'll talk about this later. At this time, a priest walked towards the 3 of them. He held a Bible in his hands, looking somewhat holy. His gaze first fell on Ming Ming. When he looked at Ming Ming with his murky eyes, Qiyu's spiritual power immediately felt a reaction from this guy's body. Sir, and these 2 ladies, are you believers? Although he was talking to the 3 of them, his gaze was fixed on Ming Ming's face. Qiyu frowned slightly. This was the so-called priest. From the looks of it, this fellow was simply a wolf in sheep's clothing. If not for his spiritual power being extremely sensitive to human auras, he really would have been fooled. We're not believers. We're just here to visit the church to see if there's a possibility of becoming believers. Qiyu said. There was a trace of pity in the priest's eyes. Poor child. The Lord will guide you on the most correct path. Since that's the case, please follow me. Miss, why don't you go first? I think the bishop will be very honored to baptize an Easterner. Looking at the priest's gaze, even Ming Ming felt that something was wrong. She said indifferently, "No need. Thank you for your kindness. We're just here to visit." The priest was about to say something else when suddenly the church's glass shattered. Then a smoke bomb was thrown in from outside and landed right in the middle of the church. The smoke instantly filled the air, causing the surrounding people to cough. The appearance of the smoke bomb also caused the believers in the church to panic. For a moment, the scene became much noisier. The priest said angrily, "This is blasphemy against God. Who is it?" As he said that, he didn't care what else he said to Chi Yu and the others. He walked straight out of the church. Chi Yu looked at the two girls in shock. It couldn't be. There was really someone who dared to come to the church and attack them? That was a little too daring. One must know that in the entire Western world, the Vatican's position was definitely decisive. A silver light flashed in Chi Yu's eyes, and the fluctuation of his spiritual power quickly spread out. However, to his surprise, his spiritual power didn't detect any murderous aura. The police outside were still dealing with the taxi that exploded earlier. At this time, the smoke in the church was getting stronger. It wasn't an ordinary smoke bomb, it was tear gas. Amidst the intense coughing, the believers were quickly retreating outside. Chi Yu's heart skipped a beat, and he said, "Looks like they're forcing us to go out. All right, then let's go out and watch the show." Kieran's dark red light lit up. Affected by Kieran's hidden energy aura, the huge cross hanging in the church also released a milky white light at the same time. At this time, the figures of Chi Yu and the others had quietly disappeared. It was invisibility. The three of them left the church in the crowded crowd. Chi Yu saw at a glance that the priest was communicating with the London police. His spiritual power spread out. The conversation between the two sides immediately fell into his ears. Hearing their conversation, Chi Yu's expression couldn't help but change. He also knew the source of the tear gas. The tear gas was shot into the church by mistake by the police. But was it really an accident? Could it be such a coincidence? Assassins were indeed resourceful. Even the police could be used. This time, Chi was a little excited. He knew that the assassin before him was definitely an expert. He didn't know if it was just one or several assassins. Just from the fact that he could completely conceal his aura and not be detected by spiritual power. He could also use the tear gas released by the police to see. This assassin was already very strong. In fact, Chi Yu and the others didn't know that because this task was taken by many parties, the assassins were in a lot of pain. In order to be the first to complete the task, they had to take the risk to find Chi Yu and the others as soon as possible and attack, in order to avoid being beaten by their peers. So, Chi could get rid of so many assassins in such a short time. How could he lure the assassin out? With such a person in the dark, it was always a threat. After all, Yama's current body was very fragile. Once the opponent seized the opportunity, what if he succeeded? Thinking of this, Chi Yu suddenly thought of a good way to solve the problem in front of him. After discussing with Yamu and Ming Ming, he quietly put the two girls into the Kirin Pearl. Then, he quietly returned to the church. When Chi Yu walked out of the church again, he also brought Ming Ming and Yama with him. His movements were very calm, as if he didn't realize the danger around him. Soon, Chi Yu walked outside. At this moment, the surrounding crowd suddenly became crowded, and the fire truck drove over from the far end of the street. Because of the crowd, it was inevitable that there would be physical contact. Suddenly, Chi Yu felt a sharp energy piercing his neck. Smart, what a smart assassin. It seemed that this guy knew very well that if he wanted to kill Yamu, he had to get rid of him first. Such a smart opponent was indeed good. Unfortunately, he met Chi Yu. Chi Yu tilted his head slightly. When he looked in the direction of the attack, he only saw the chaotic crowd. It was still crowded, and Yamu and Ming Ming's bodies had been pushed away from Chi Yu. Soon, they were drowned in the crowd. At this moment, because of the appearance of the fire truck, the scene became even more chaotic. A strange light flashed in Chi Yu's eyes. He didn't look for Yamu and Ming Ming, but quietly hid in the crowd. An inconspicuous van was speeding on the highway in the suburbs of London. In the driver's seat, an ordinary-looking middle-aged man in his 40s was driving his car carefully. However, His eyes didn't look ordinary. A faint light flickered in his eyes, as if he was thinking about something. At this moment, a lazy voice suddenly rang out in the driver's seat without warning. Do you think that the mission was completed too easily? The driver's face changed instantly when he heard the piercing sound of the brakes. He suddenly saw that there was an extra person in the passenger seat. Instinctively, he pressed his hand on the driver's seat. Suddenly, there was a burst of fire, followed by a deafening bang. At least 10 bullets were shot at the person at the same time. A green light quietly lit up, and the 10 bullets stopped an inch away from Chi-Yu's body. Chi-Yu said mockingly, "What? Do you want to destroy my clothes? Then you'll have to accompany me. You can't buy good clothes like mine in London." The van had already stopped on the shoulder of the highway. The driver's cold eyes revealed a trace of cruel light. The next moment, a black claw shadow had already reached Chi-Yu's face. Chi-Yu snorted coldly and said, "You want to fight? Then come." He punched out with his right fist, straight at the opponent's claw shadow. The black claw shadow suddenly changed, and the extremely explosive attack actually changed direction in an instant. A crystal-cold light appeared at the tip of the claw shadow, and a sharp blade had already bypassed Chi-Yu's fist, directly slashing at his neck. The cold light flashed in the air and actually changed direction 5 times in an instant. The illusory movements were enough to dazzle people. Ding! The blade shattered. Chi-Yu's fingers seemed to have been waiting there all along. Based on the judgment of his mental strength, how could he give the opponent a chance? He hurriedly stretched out his right hand and also punched. This time, his speed was no longer visible to the naked eye. An ear-piercing and terrifying sound of bones breaking rang out, and the driver's right arm had completely turned into powder. Chi-Yu's punch had bombarded the driver's shoulder. However, this driver was obviously not an ordinary person. He did not even make a sound when he suffered such a serious injury. His body violently retreated and actually directly crashed out of the window. His incomparably nimble body flipped and was already on the roof of the car. Then, without the slightest hesitation, facing Chi-Yu, he did not even have a trace of a fluke in his heart, and rushed to the side of the forest at the speed of lightning. It turned out that when Chi-Yu returned to the church and came out again, he was no longer accompanied by Ming Ming and Yamu, but a physical illusion formed by the mimicry ability of the Qianji realm technique. This ability was only comprehended after he went to the Kunlun illusory realm. From then on, he did not only comprehend the mysteries left behind by Wenting's father, but also began to inject his own things into the Qianji realm technique. In this way, this special realm was developing in a more and more mature direction. Run? Where do you think you're going? The lazy voice rang out again like a nightmare, and Chi-Yu's body appeared again, but this time he appeared in front of the driver's escape route. The driver's skills were indeed outstanding, and he actually leaped in the forest like an ape. However, could his skills compare to teleportation? The driver panted heavily, and his eyes had already turned blood red. "Get out of the way." Chi-Yu snorted coldly and said, "Why? Are you going to show your true skills? Let me guess. You must have a high status in the world of assassins. I think the mission to kill my wife should have been issued not long ago. You were able to find us in such a short time, and your arrangements were so seamless, so you're obviously very experienced. It's just that you didn't expect to succeed so easily. Am I right? I'm really sorry to have caused many of your original plans to fail. I wonder how much my Yamu is worth in the market now. Can you tell me?" Chapter 191. The ripping sound sounded a little strange. The driver's clothes were completely torn, and his muscles were expanding at a speed visible to the naked eye. Fine black hair also appeared at the same time. Chi-Yu did not take this opportunity to attack, because he saw the wings on the driver's back. There was a hint of joy in his eyes, and he smiled. It's really a case of wearing out iron shoes in fruitless search, only to find it by chance. Just nice. It saves me the trouble of looking for it again. A vampire who could appear in the daytime, was definitely not a low-level vampire. Chi-Yu did not believe that this guy did not know the location of the Dracula family's castle. After the transformation, the driver, his aura was obviously different. His blood-red eyes stared at Chi-Yu. Whether it was speed or strength, he was raised to the peak. The wings on his back flapped, and his strong body slammed into Chiyu. A layer of dark air instantly filled the sky above him, and Chiyu like a dark cloud. After all, for vampires, moving in the daytime was still very limited. "You should be a marquis," Chiyu said faintly as he floated backward. The driver saw that Chiyu was not surprised to see him, and even said his rank immediately. He was even more shocked, and in his panic, he immediately launched a storm-like attack at Chiyu. Chiyu floated up and quietly floated in the air. His right hand was behind his back, while his left hand was placed in front of his chest. The Chilean mirror had silently appeared, and as his left hand moved like a dream, it protected his body so that not even a drop of water could leak through. As the light flashed, the surging energy affected the surrounding trees, and for a moment, the dense branches and leaves were suddenly eroded by the corrosive dark energy. Chiyu frowned slightly and said, "It's not good to destroy the environment. Since you destroyed them, let them take revenge. Let them take revenge on their own." Before the driver could react, Chiyu's body disappeared again, and this time, the fear in his heart was ignited to the peak. Who is this Easterner? Why does he have such a powerful ability? In the face of his attack, he actually dealt with it so casually. Driver wasn't an idiot. He was definitely within the top 20 assassins in the world. He immediately made the most correct judgment in his heart. The wings on his back flapped fiercely. He no longer cared about flying in the air and being affected by the sunlight. He flew high up into the sky as fast as he could. Vampires were very good at flying, and they were dark creatures that excelled in speed. Unfortunately, his opponent this time was Chiyu. When he spread the bat wings on his back and quickly flew into the air, the surrounding trees suddenly moved. Another layer of dark clouds appeared in the sky. This time, it was formed by branches and leaves. He did not know when, but all the trees in the forest were growing rapidly, and the branches and leaves had already formed a huge cage, trapping him inside. "No!" As he roared, Driver swung his claws. 10 streams of black air condensed into sharp blades and tore at the branches above. However, the branches and leaves were completely different from before. The branches exuded a faint brown aura, and the leaves were as green as emeralds, as if they were about to drip juice. The 10 streams of dark energy did not produce the expected corrosive effect. They only lifted the branches and leaves a few meters above the ground. But then, the branches and leaves bounced back down. As the branches and leaves grew rapidly, the branches became as thick as an arm. Countless green leaves gradually darkened the surrounding space, blocking the sun's rays. "It's time to end this." Chiyu's voice came into Driver's ears without warning. The huge tremor of his spiritual energy almost caused him to lose control of his body. Then countless branches and leaves swept up. When he was about to unleash his energy, a tyrannical spiritual energy instantly entered his body from the branches and leaves. He felt dizzy, and he could not condense his own dark energy. His whole body was immediately entangled by the branches and leaves, turning him into a big dumpling. The dumpling fell to the ground, and Chiyu happened to be standing in front of it. Looking at the result in front of him, Chiyu could not help but nod in satisfaction. He muttered to himself, "Not bad. It seems that my control over plants can be used in actual combat." A green light flashed, and the top branches and leaves of the dumpling opened up, revealing Driver's head. Looking at his pale face with fangs, Chiyu squatted down and said, "Answer a few questions for me. I can consider letting you go." The Driver cursed in English. This was not something that Chiyu could understand. Frowning, Chiyu released Ming Ming and Yamu from the Kirin orb. "Ming Ming, what did this guy say?" Ming Ming smiled and said, "A simple explanation. He said that he wouldn't say anything even if you beat him to death." Chiyu suddenly said, "I see. All right then. Tell him that I won't send him to the Vatican because I hate people from the Vatican. However, I don't mind enforcing the law on behalf of the Vatican." As he spoke, he stretched out his right hand. Suddenly, a ball of fiery red flames appeared. As the temperature continued to rise, the Kirin true fire turned blue in an instant. It looked like a burning ghost. Ming Ming translated Chi Yu's words, and the fear in Driver's eyes increased. His eyes stared unblinkingly at the dancing flames in Chi Yu's hand, and he said something with difficulty. Ming Ming said to Chi Yu, he said, "How can you guarantee that you won't kill him?" Chi Yu said, "It's very simple. Tell him that I am Klinsman's friend. This time, I came to find Klinsman. As long as he tells me the geographical location of the Dracula family's ancient castle, I will take him with me. When we get there, I will naturally let him go." Ming Ming translated according to Chi Yu's words. The vampire still looked confused. Obviously, he didn't believe Chi Yu's words. Chi Yu's eyes flashed coldly. "I don't have time to waste with you. I think there should be a lot of vampires in London. If you don't tell me, I can find someone else to ask. I don't have that much patience. So what if I'm lying to you? If you don't tell me, I will make sure that you will never be able to reincarnate." This time, after listening to Ming Ming's translation, the driver obviously gave in. He nodded, indicating that he was willing to cooperate. Chi Yu said angrily, "What a cheap bastard. He didn't listen to me and just had to make me threaten him." The flame in his hand extinguished, and he asked, "Tell me your name." "Silva." Ming Ming translated the vampire's answer. "Don't you vampires always think that your bloodline is noble? Why did you become an assassin?" Chi Yu asked. Silva said, "We vampires are also divided into many families. Each family has a different way of making a living. I belong to a relatively small Norman family. Our family's main source of income comes from assassinations. That's the only way. Only then can we maintain our family's various expenses." Chi Yu said, "Okay, I'm not interested in the rest. Don't worry, I mean what I say. Take me to Klinsman's ancient castle now. Don't try anything funny. Otherwise, I don't mind destroying you like stepping on an ant." They got back into the truck. The driver was still Silva, but this time, he was in a much more sorry state. With a cowardly look, he drove toward the outskirts of London. Chi Yu wasn't afraid of him playing tricks. He had already used Thundercloud Force to seal Silva's dark energy. At the same time, he used his Thundercloud Force to form a layer of protection on the surface of Silva's body to resist the sunlight. If he dared to play any tricks, Chi Yu only needed to remove this layer of protection. Then, Silva's body would be swallowed by the sunlight the next moment. For safety reasons, Chi Yu didn't let Yamu and Ming Ming sit in the back of the truck. Instead, he put them into his Kirin Pearl again. This way, he didn't need to be distracted. Through his conversation with Silva, Chi Yu learned the figure of $100 million. As for who had commissioned it, even Silva himself didn't know. The identity of the employer wouldn't be revealed when the assassination message was sent through the underground world. This was also an unspoken rule in the Western assassin world. Silva told Chi Yu that there were many people who had accepted this mission. They came from all over the world, and the top 10 assassins in the world should have arrived in London. It was just that they had temporarily lost track of Chi Yu, so they were safe for the time being. London was a very large city, and its suburbs were also very vast. By the time Silva drove Chi Yu to a hill in the suburbs, the sun was already slowly setting in the west. "Is this the place?" Chi Yu asked Silva, who had stopped the car. He directly transmitted his thoughts into Silva's mind through his mental power. Therefore, although he couldn't understand Silva's words, Silva could understand what he meant. Silva nodded, indicating that they had arrived at their destination. Chi Yu gave him a look, and the two got out of the truck. Looking at the forest in front of him, Chi Yu couldn't help but frown. There wasn't any castle here. It was clearly a small village in the suburbs of London. The trees were lush, and the environment was not bad. Silva nodded to Chi Yu again, indicating that it was the right place. In order to understand him, Chi Yu had to summon Ming Ming. After Silva's explanation, he found out that the Dracula family's castle was shrouded in a special domain. It couldn't be seen. Only by entering this domain could one see the real Dracula castle. The Dracula family was a pure-blooded vampire family, and also the oldest family. The strength they possessed could be counted in the entire Dark Parliament. The Dracula family's castle in London was the family's most important place. As for how this special domain was formed, Silva didn't know. Since he wasn't a member of the Dracula family, he naturally didn't know how to enter this domain. He asked you if you can let him go now, Ming Ming said to Chiyu. Chiyu snorted and said, "Let him go? Isn't that obviously telling the assassins where we are? We can't let this guy go yet. Isn't Klinsman a prince of the Blood Kindred? He's also the head of the entire Blood Kindred. Let him handle this." As he spoke, Chiyu waved his right hand, and a gust of thundercloud force with a faint green light landed on Silva's body. With a muffled groan, Silva fainted on the ground. Looking at the surrounding forest, Chiyu pondered for a moment before sitting cross-legged on the ground. Since it was a domain, there would definitely be an entrance. It didn't matter if he couldn't find the door. He could just knock on it. Thinking of this, the corners of Chiyu's mouth curled up into a smirk. He thought to himself, "Klinsman, don't blame me. Who asked you to not tell me how to enter? I'll give you some gifts first." Purple light gradually appeared around his body, completely dyeing Chiyu's simple jeans and white t-shirt purple. The faint light continued to rise. Chiyu put his palms together in front of his chest, and his eyes had already turned silver. Ming Ming stood at the side and looked at Chiyu quietly. Feeling the energy aura release from his body, she thought to herself, "Chiyu is getting stronger and stronger. It seems like I have to work hard too. Be it Ryue or Wen Ting, they're much stronger than me, not to mention Yemo. They could all help Chiyu, but what about her?" She was still far from it. While Ming Ming was letting her imagination run wild, Chiyu had already made his move. Lin Bing Doge. Four sonorous and powerful voices came out of Chiyu's mouth. The purple light surged and had already wrapped his body so that only a faint shadow could be seen. Suddenly, the purple light shot up into the sky and disappeared in midair. The purple light around Chiyu's body also disappeared, but his eyes were still silver. The originally clear sky began to change at the same time the purple light disappeared. Large patches of dark clouds appeared without warning, covering an area of about 1 square kilometer. It happened to completely cover the forest in front of Chiyu. Under the cover of the dark clouds, the sky suddenly became dark. A bright and beautiful bolt of lightning streaked across the sky, followed by the sound of rolling thunder. As the lightning continued to flash, the sound of thunder caused the earth to tremble. The intense rumbling was filled with explosive energy. Chiyu's silver eyes stared at the sky. He slowly raised his right hand. With a flash of light, Kirin turned into an ancient longsword in his hand. With a low shout, he pointed the longsword in his hand. Suddenly, a purple light floated down and bombarded the forest with a loud sound. The energy in the air suddenly became chaotic because of the sudden appearance of the thunder. Kirin Lightning Guiding Formation was the special ability of the thundercloud force that Chiyu comprehended after he reached 6 clouds. Compared to Kirin's 100 lightning strikes, the scale of this formation was far smaller than Kirin's 100 lightning strikes. However, the power of Kirin's 100 lightning strikes was much greater than Kirin's 100 lightning strikes. Kirin's 100 lightning strikes attacked indiscriminately within a certain range. Because the energy of the lightning was extremely large, it was very difficult to control. However, Kirin's lightning guiding formation was different. Under Chiyu's control, it could strike wherever he pointed. Using the sword to guide the formation was only because he wanted to save some energy. In battle, Chiyu only needed to activate this formation, and he would be able to unleash his full strength while using his mental power to control the lightning in the sky to bombard his opponent. Kirin's lightning guiding formation could only be comprehended when one reached 7 clouds. The main reason was that it had too high of a mental power requirement. Each attack could be controlled by mental power to strike different amounts of lightning, and the attack power of the lightning was far greater than Kirin's 100 lightning strikes. After Chiyu became the origin of nature, the strength of his mental power naturally wouldn't have any problems. He pointed the sword in his hand at Qianlian. A few consecutive lightning strikes descended from the sky. Amidst the violent roars, the disorder of the energy molecules became more and more intense. Chiyu specifically looked for some empty space to strike. Some of the lightning strikes even exploded in midair. Don't you have the protection of the domain? The domain also needs energy to be maintained. I messed up the energy here. Let's see if it can come out or not. From the beginning, there was only one lightning strike. Gradually, there were more and more lightning strikes. Purple snakes of lightning flickered in midair. It was a completely strange scene. The lightning strikes. Very quickly, it took effect. Due to the change in the energy molecules in the air, Chiyu's mental power that was scattered in the surroundings immediately felt circles of energy fluctuations appear under the explosions of the lightning. It seemed to be a defensive energy. The evil aura kept trembling under the influence of the heavenly lightning's righteousness. Just as Chiyu was about to increase his strength and let the lightning strike 100 times in a row, suddenly, a blood-red pillar of light appeared without warning. The blood-red pillar of light, with a diameter of 1 meter, soared into the sky. In the blink of an eye, it rushed into midair. The pillar of light seemed to have a physical form. As soon as it entered the dark clouds, it immediately stirred up quickly. Obviously, it wanted to destroy the thundercloud that Chiyu had condensed. Chiyu grabbed Silva and signaled to Ming Ming with his eyes to stop controlling the thunderclouds. He no longer controlled the thundercloud and directly pounced toward the place where the blood-red pillar of light appeared. "Klinsman, come out," Chiyu shouted. With the help of the thundercloud force, the sound waves floated in the direction of the blood-red pillar of light. "Who dares to shout my name?" Klinsman's somewhat angry voice sounded. With a flash of light, dozens of black figures appeared in midair, spreading their huge wings. It was like a small dark cloud. Klinsman's elegant figure was in the center. His blood-red wings were extremely eye-catching. He even held a glass in his hand. He shook it gently, letting the blood in it move slightly. Chiyu laughed and said, "Why? Don't you recognize your old friend?" "What's wrong? You don't even recognize your old friend?" As he spoke, he released his control over the thunderclouds, and the dark clouds in the air immediately dissipated. He floated up and appeared in front of Klinsman in the blink of an eye. Seeing Chiyu, Klinsman could not help but be surprised. He immediately greeted him excitedly and enthusiastically. "Chi, how come it's you? When did you come to London?" Chiyu smiled and said, "What's wrong? Am I not welcome? It seems that I'm really lucky that you're here. Sorry, because I couldn't find the door. I could only use the lightning to open the way." Klinsman looked up at the sky and then at Chiyu. "Oh my God. Chi, did you do that just now?" Chiyu chuckled and said, "It's me." Klinsman smiled bitterly and patted his chest. "I thought that God really wanted to punish us, the Blood Clan. I haven't seen you for half a year, and you've become even stronger. But you almost scared me to death. Why are you here? Hey, you seem to be carrying my clansman in your hand." Chiyu threw Silva to Klinsman. "If it wasn't for him leading the way, I wouldn't have found this place. Let's go. Aren't you going to invite me to your castle?" The Dracula family's ancient castle was only able to stand tall in the suburbs of London because of the special domain that the ancestors of the blood breeds worked hard to build. The church had searched for it many times, but they had never been able to find its exact location, much less enter it. The entire castle was shrouded in the domain. It was pitch black everywhere, and only the moon in the domain could bring some light to the castle. When Chiyu and Ming Ming entered the domain under Klinsman's lead, they immediately felt a gust of gloomy aura. Everything around them was gloomy. Looking at the pale-faced vampires with their fangs bared, Ming Ming could not help but stick to Chiyu in fear, and her palms began to sweat. Klinsman dismissed his subordinates and led the two into his castle. This castle was very similar to the one Chiyu had seen in the movies before, but it was not as big as he imagined it to be. Inside the castle, there was darkness and evil everywhere. The vampires maintained their original forms, and they looked indescribable. Klinsman led Chiyu and Ming Ming into the hall, walked to the master's seat, and sat down. He said elegantly, "I'm very happy that you can come to our Dracula castle as guests. In the words of your Yanhuang people, what brings you two distinguished guests here?" Chiyu smiled and said, "All right, don't put on your gentlemanly demeanor. We came to find you to seek refuge. Don't you know that someone is hunting us?" Klinsman was stunned. "Someone is hunting you? Dear Chi, don't joke with me. In this city of London, there is probably no one but the cardinal who can pose a threat to you." Chiyu smiled faintly and said, You can ask the fellow I gave you earlier and you'll understand. Klinsmann saw that Chi Yu was serious, so he asked his subordinates to wake Silva up and asked him carefully. After listening to Silva's words, Klinsmann's expression changed. Chi, when did you get involved in this? However, Silva said that there should be 3 of you, and the real target is a woman. Chi Yu sat comfortably on the sofa and said, for her safety, I had her hide for the time being. Although the atmosphere of this ancient castle was not very good, the buildings inside the ancient castle were filled with a kind of classical beauty. Even Chi Yu, who did not understand art, could not help but admire it. They all felt that it was worth appreciating. A cold light flashed in Klinsmann's eyes. Chi, I'm afraid you've stirred up quite a bit of trouble this time. 100 million USD. That was not a small sum. It was likely that many assassins had already gathered in London. I've also heard of this news, and I've even sent people to investigate. However, with your strength, you shouldn't be afraid of these assassins, right? Chi Yu said, I'll be frank. I'm not here to avoid being hunted down. So what if there were twice as many assassins? What do they do to me? The main reason I'm here is to make a deal with you. Klinsmann was stunned and said, a deal? What deal? Although he was a member of the Dark Council, although he was a member of the Dark Parliament, last time in Dali, if it weren't for Chi Yu, he would have died a long time ago. That was why he was so enthusiastic when he suddenly saw Chi Yu this time. Just because he belonged to the dark world didn't mean that he would not be grateful. Chi Yu looked at him deeply and said, I want to ask you for a favor. Tell me some information, and I will give you something in exchange. Klinsmann said with some dissatisfaction, Chi, what do you mean? Don't you treat me as a friend? Chi Yu was stunned and said, how could I? If I didn't treat you as a friend, I wouldn't have helped you in the first place. Klinsmann snorted and said, since you treat me as a friend, why are you talking about a deal? Even my life was saved by you. As long as I can help, what do I need from you? Although from your point of view, I'm a member of the Dark World, the Dark World isn't as hypocritical as the Vatican. Do you want to be temporarily sheltered here? That's not a problem. I might not be able to guarantee it in other places, but as long as you are in my castle, I guarantee that no one can touch a hair on you and your friend. Looking at Chi Yu, Klinsmann's eyes lit up, and his neatly combed blonde hair seemed to exude a layer of noble aura at this time. Chi Yu smiled and said, this matter is indeed a bit troublesome, but I don't just want to rely on you for protection. I need your help with something more important. Let's talk in private, okay? Klinsmann nodded and waved his hand. The low-level vampires on both sides immediately retreated, leaving only the 3 of them in the hall. You can speak now. In this place, I am supreme. No one will eavesdrop. Chi Yu nodded and said, I want to ask you some information. I wonder if you've heard of the Emperor Heart Snow Lotus? Klinsmann's pale face changed slightly. Emperor Heart Snow Lotus? You're here for the Emperor Heart Snow Lotus? Chi, that's a big problem. If you're here for it, I advise you to give up on this idea. Hearing Klinsmann's words, Chi Yu was not surprised but happy. He hurriedly said, so that means the Emperor Heart Snow Lotus is really in the hands of the Dark World? Klinsmann hesitated for a moment before saying, Chi, do you not understand what I mean? Although the Emperor Heart Snow Lotus is good, it's not as important as your life. Chi Yu said, Klinsmann, I can tell you frankly that I have to get the Emperor Heart Snow Lotus. No matter how difficult it is, it can't stop me. I hope you can tell me exactly where it is. As for the rest, let me handle it myself. How about that? Klinsmann sighed. Are ye Yanwang people all so stubborn? To be honest, the Emperor Heart Snow Lotus is something that the chairman of the Dark World wants. It wasn't easy to get it. It's now in the headquarters of the Dark World. I'm not afraid to tell you some secrets. The chairman of the Dark World is the great Dark Lich King. Compared to his strength, I'm still far, far away. In terms of age, we vampires should be the oldest in the Dark World. However, our great Mr. President has lived for more than 10,000 years. His strength is even inferior to the Pope. It's because of his existence that the Dark World has always been able to compete with the Vatican. And after the great chairman passed the age of 10,000, there were some problems with his strength. He needed the Emperor Heart Snow Lotus to prolong his life and increase his strength. That was why he went through so much trouble and finally found the whereabouts of the Emperor Heart Snow Lotus. Although he hadn't used the Emperor Heart Snow Lotus yet, one could imagine that the item he valued the most would have the strongest defense. The Vatican had sent people to steal it many times, but they never returned. I know you're very strong, but if you do anything to the Emperor Heart Snow Lotus, then you'll be going against the entire dark world. Whether you succeed or not, you'll face endless vengeance. So, Chi, I advise you to give up. You won't have a chance. Chi said calmly. How do I know I won't have a chance if I haven't tried? No matter how strong your chairman is, I'll still give it a try. The Emperor Heart Snow Lotus belongs to Yanwan. Klinsman, I can't tell you the details. I just hope you can tell me where he is. Klinsman's eyes flashed, his sharp gaze seeming to see through Chi-Yu. But he found that Chi-Yu's eyes were so clear, without a trace of impurity. But they were so deep that he couldn't see through them. After hesitating for a moment, he finally made up his mind. Chi, I'm sorry. If it were anything else, I would definitely help you. But I can't tell you where the Emperor Heart Snow Lotus is. If I tell you, it'll be equivalent to betraying the dark world. At the same time, I don't want you to die. I know you and Christy are good friends. At the same time, I also see you as a friend. I can't harm you. Chi seemed to have expected Klinsman's answer. He smiled slightly, and his right hand touched the Kirin bead. A small porcelain bottle appeared in his hand. The moment the bottle appeared, before Chi could say anything, Klinsman's tall and handsome body suddenly trembled violently. His eyes suddenly released a strong, blood-red light. In a flash, he had already teleported in front of Chi. At this moment, all nobility and gentlemanliness were gone. His whole body trembled, and he grabbed the porcelain bottle in Chi-Yu's hand. Chapter 192. Klinsman's body trembled uncontrollably. His blood-red eyes stared fixedly at the porcelain bottle in Chi-Yu's hand. What is that? Why? Why do I have such a strong feeling of longing? No, it's impossible, it's impossible. Chi-Yu smiled and said, Nothing is impossible. This is a phrase I often say. Klinsman, I know I shouldn't have asked you to betray the Covenant of Darkness and tell me the news, but the Emperor's Heart Snow Lotus King is too important to me. So, I'm willing to exchange it for your information. What do you think? Klinsman trembled and looked at Chi-Yu. You tell me what is that? Holding the bottle in his palm, Chi-Yu faintly smiled and said, You should have felt it. You just didn't dare to believe it. Yes, this is the blood of your vampire ancestor, Cain Dracula. Cain Dracula. Klinsman was absolutely stunned. His eyes almost popped out of their sockets. What did you say? Chi-Yu smiled and said, For me, this thing is useless. The blood of your Dracula family's ancestor, Cain, has a different meaning to your family. Are you going to exchange it or not? Yes, even if you ask me to exchange my life for it. Not to mention a piece of good news. Klinsman couldn't take his eyes off the porcelain bottle. He didn't want to know where Chi-Yu got it. As Chi-Yu said, Cain's primordial blood was too important to the Dracula family. Exchange your life for it? What's the use of it without your life? Chi-Yu threw the porcelain bottle to Klinsman. Klinsman was startled. Even with his strength, he was a little flustered when he caught the porcelain bottle. That's great, that's really great. Klinsman was so excited that he jumped up and down like a child. His excited look reminded him of his childhood. Chi, you don't know. You have no idea how important it is to the Dracula family. You know what? The others in the Dark Council had always thought that I had advanced to the Blood Emperor rank after returning from Yanhuan. However, they were all wrong. Although I had already surpassed the level of a vampire prince, I was still only a blood prince. There was still an unreachable distance between me and a blood emperor. I don't even dare to think that I would have the chance to become a blood emperor in this lifetime. However, it was different with it. One drop. With just one drop, I will definitely be able to reach the Blood Emperor realm within a year. To us Blood Clan members, fresh blood is the source of everything. The purer a Blood Clan member's bloodline, the easier it is to cultivate. This is also why the Dracula family can always be the king of the Blood Clan. The other vampire families were separated from the Dracula family, and their bloodlines are not as pure as ours. Cain's blood, ancestor Cain's blood. What could be purer than this? Chi, Klinsman will never forget your kindness to the Blood Clan and the Dracula family for the rest of his life. Even if you ask me to betray the Dark Council, I won't hesitate. Chi had guessed that Klinsman would need Kane's primordial blood, but she didn't expect him to be so excited. She smiled and said, "Actually, it's not a big deal. Even if you don't agree to exchange with me, I have no intention of taking it back. After all, this thing can only be used in the hands of you blood breeds, and it was originally meant to be given to Chinger. Don't get too carried away. Remember to give some to Chinger later. This is a full bottle. It should be enough for the two of you." Of course, that's enough. With it, even Christy could rise to the same level as me. Chi, I really don't know how to thank you. Klinsman couldn't recover from his excitement for a while. Right at this moment, a cold yet somewhat delicate voice sounded. "Brother, what's making you so excited? You're actually speaking in the language of Yin Huang." Klinsman quickly said, "Christy, come and see who's here." A graceful figure floated down from the staircase on the right side of the hall. Her movements were extremely fast, as if she had suddenly appeared. It was Su Qing. Seeing Su Qing again, the feeling was completely different. At this time, Su Qing no longer had the aura of a former student. She was wearing a fitted black dress that outlined her alluring figure. Her long black hair was quietly draped over her back, and her pale face looked a little cold. Her noble aura set off her alluring and charming face. She had matured. Compared to the immature girl from before, the current Su Qing had a little more charm in her coldness. "Chinger!" Ming Ming shouted excitedly and pounced on her. Su Qing was stunned for a moment. Then, the two women who were once close friends hugged each other tightly. Looking at the two excited women, Chiyu quietly came to Klinsman's side and said, "Now you should tell me the whereabouts of the Emperor Heart Snow Lotus King." Klinsman looked at Chiyu helplessly, lowered his voice, and said a few words in his ear. Chiyu nodded repeatedly, and a faint cold light appeared in his eyes. "Okay, thank you very much." Klinsman gritted his teeth and said, "How about I help you?" Chiyu looked at him deeply and said, "No need. I will solve my own problems. You don't represent just me, but the Dracula family, and even the entire vampire race. As long as you treat Chinger well, that will be the best way to thank me." At this time, Su Qing and Ming Ming had recovered from the excitement of suddenly meeting. The two walked to Chiyu and Klinsman hand in hand. Su Qing looked at Chiyu, and her pretty face blushed a little. "You're here too." Chiyu faintly smiled and nodded towards Su Qing. "Long time no see. Have you adapted to the life here?" Su Qing nodded and looked at Klinsman. "Big brother is very good to me. Everything is fine. I just miss home a little. If you guys didn't come, I was going to go home in a few days. After all, I came out in the name of studying abroad. It's time to go back and see my parents." "Did you come to London for vacation? How long can you stay this time?" Chiyu said, "I might leave tomorrow. Ming Ming will stay here for a few days." Ming Ming was stunned. Chiyu said seriously, "I'm going to Germany. You stay here and don't go anywhere." Ming Ming panicked and said, "No, I want to go with you." Of course, she knew what Chiyu was going to do. Klinsman had just mentioned how dangerous the Dark Parliament was. How could she feel at ease letting Chiyu go alone? Chiyu held Ming Ming's hand and smiled. "Don't worry, I'll be fine. I'll be back in a week at most. If you come with me, I'll have to take care of you. I still have to take care of you. Stay here with Ching. You two haven't seen each other for a long time. Don't you believe in my strength?" Su Qing asked curiously. "Chiyu, what are you going to Germany for?" Chiyu said, "To pick someone up." Just as Chiyu and Ming Ming arrived at the Dracula family's castle, a special guest came to Dai Van Gang. It was a young girl. From her figure, one could tell that she was young. She wore a long white dress that outlined her slender figure. A hat with a white veil covered her face. She walked into the headquarters of the Vatican as if there was no one else around. A priest blocked the girl's way. "I'm sorry, behind you is the Vatican's restricted area. Outsiders are not allowed to enter. Miss, please go back." A soft and pleasant voice came from behind the veil. "Take me to see the Pope." Hearing this voice, the priest's body suddenly trembled, and his originally calm gaze became dazed. He murmured and repeated the girl's words. "See the Pope, see the Pope." He turned around slowly and didn't stop the girl anymore. Instead, he led her inside. They did not go far before they were stopped again, for priests who were in charge of guarding the important grounds of the Vatican blocked their way. "Father Nasman, what are you doing?" The priest said to himself blankly. "To see the Pope." The girl in white behind him repeated, "Yes, to see the Pope." The soft voice came into the ears of the four priests at the same time. Their bodies shook at the same time. Just like the priest, they didn't stop the girl in white and Father Nasman anymore. The same situation happened more than 10 times. The girl was led by the priest to the real core area of the Vatican's headquarters. In the middle of the huge hall hung a milky white cross, which seemed to be carved out of jade. The decorations around it were resplendent, and a strong holy aura constantly emanated from the cross, filling the entire hall. If Chiyu was here, he would definitely notice that the holy aura in this unknown hall was no weaker than Athena's Parthenon. The only difference was the nature of the energy. Father Nasman walked to the side and stood there blankly. It seemed like he had lost his soul. The girl in white walked to the middle of the hall and stood under the cross. She said calmly, "Pope." The soft voice produced a special sound wave. With her body as the center, it quickly spread to the surroundings. No object or energy could stop the transmission of her voice. The soft voice carried a special wave and filled the Vatican's headquarters. Not long after, a dignified and old voice came from the end of the hall. The huge arch door at the end slowly opened. "Who are you?" The girl slowly raised her head and looked at the open door through the white veil. She said softly, "I'm looking for help." Pope Malti had short silver-white hair and a red robe with golden edges that covered his not-so-tall body. His aged face was filled with a unique charm, and his clear eyes that didn't look like an old man's were staring at the young girl who was dozens of meters away from him. His entire body exuded a layer of milky white luster, making this pope look even more sacred. Marty slowly walked into the hall. He didn't blame the girl for coming without an invitation. He just said calmly, "Then what kind of help are you looking for, miss?" The girl smiled and said, "Help that will benefit both of us. I think His Highness the Pope won't reject it. Isn't that right?" Marty's old face showed a trace of surprise. "What a special ability. I haven't seen such a powerful spiritual wave in a long time. The Lord said that all delusion is the root of sin. Evil will come to an end." The old voice made Father Simon's body tremble. His dull eyes immediately recovered, and he said in a panic, "Your Highness the Pope, Marty smiled and said, "The Lord will forgive you. This isn't your fault. Go." Simon looked at the girl in white with some fear. He quickly left the hall as if he was running away. The girl in white smiled gently and said, "As expected of your Highness the Pope, to be able to remove my spiritual control so easily. I'm afraid you're the only one who can do that. I think you must be eager to know why I'm here. It's very simple. I hope to cooperate with the Holy See." Marty said indifferently, "Before Miss proposes to cooperate, can you first tell me your identity?" The girl in white said, "Of course. Otherwise, how can I gain His Highness the Pope's trust?" Silence. The hall fell into a state of silence, but a clear sound rang in Marty's ears. Surprise reappeared on the Pope's old face. "Oh, so Miss is from Greece. I'm very surprised. Since that's the case, you can now tell me what this cooperation you speak of is." The girl in white said, "It's very simple. Kill Athena." "What?" Even with Pope Marty's composure, he couldn't help but cry out in surprise. The girl in white continued, "I think with your identity, it's impossible that you don't know about the $100 million bounty that appeared in the underground world. That target is the successor of goddess Athena, Greece's Yamu. At the same time, her external identity is the chairman of the Athens Shipping Company." Marty's expression changed. He said, "I don't quite understand what Miss means. Since Miss is also from Greece, why do you want to put goddess Athena's successor, Miss Yamu, to death? You should know that the Holy See has always had a good relationship with Greece." The girl in white said indifferently, "The goal is very simple. It's to replace her. I think His Highness the Pope should understand." Marty shook his head. "In the name of the Holy Father, the Holy Son, and the Holy Spirit, I really don't understand what Miss means. The girl in white said, "This involves a secret of Greece. In order to gain your trust, I'm willing to tell you this secret. You'll understand after hearing it." The peaceful conversation turned into a telepathic transmission. The girl in white's narration lasted for a full half an hour. In the process of listening, Pope Marty's expression changed many times. By the time the girl in white finished speaking, his expression had already become very gloomy. "So that's how it is. I understand. I need time to consider," Marty said in a deep voice. The girl in white said, "This matter concerns the future of Greece, and at the same time, it has a great impact on the Holy See. I hope that Your Highness the Pope can make a decision soon." According to the information I received, Yamu is currently in the Dracula Castle, the headquarters of the Dark Parliament. Actually, the choice for you is very simple. One is the successor of the Greek god who can completely cooperate with the Holy See, and the other is the successor of the Greek god who might become your enemy. I don't need to explain further, right? Marty sighed. "First of all, I sympathize with Mrs. situation. I'm also very willing to help you. However, this matter is very serious. If we don't handle it well, it will definitely bring great trouble to the Holy See. At the same time, the Dark Parliament will not let go of this opportunity. So, I need to discuss it with the red-robed archbishops before I can give you an answer." The girl in white said, "There's not much time left. If we let Yamu obtain the power of Athena's divine artifact, then everything will be over. Your Highness the Pope, no matter what the situation is within a day, I hope that you can give me an answer. I believe that you can easily find my whereabouts in Vatican. Farewell." Marty didn't ask the girl in white to stay. He allowed her to turn around and leave. His clear eyes suddenly lit up. It was unknown when a scepter had appeared in his hand. The supreme ruler of the Holy See chanted in a low voice, and the originally calm energy aura suddenly fluctuated greatly. Strolling on the streets of Berlin, Chiyu sorted out his thoughts. It had been an hour since he arrived in Berlin. With the information he got from Klinsmann, he already knew the location of the Dark Parliament's headquarters. However, it was easier said than done to infiltrate the Dark Parliament. However, what made him happy was that Ming finally understood his difficulties and stayed in London after being persuaded. As for Chiyu, he changed his identity and quietly came to Berlin under Klinsmann's arrangements. At this moment, Chiyu was wearing a dark blue t-shirt, black trousers, and black leather shoes. His black shoulder-length hair was neatly draped over his shoulders, and he wore a pair of narrow-rimmed sunglasses. If it wasn't for his long hair, he would have looked like the male lead from The Matrix. He strolled around the streets of Berlin for a while, ate some German specialty, salted pork knuckles, and drank 2 bottles of German beer. On the surface, he looked like a traveler. In fact, in the process of doing this, Chiyu had already begun to spread his mind power, almost covering the entire Berlin area and quickly absorbing the energy molecules in the air to adjust his state to the best. He knew very well that this trip to the Dark Parliament to find the Emperor Heart Snow Lotus King was definitely not going to be an easy task. It was definitely not going to be an easy task. Yamu had already told him very clearly that the Dark Parliament's headquarters was even harder to break into than the Vatican. He waved his hand and hailed a taxi. Chiyu communicated with Yamu in Kirin's bead and spoke with difficulty to the driver about his destination in German. Then he immediately closed his eyes and quietly adjusted the thundercloud force in his body. After finishing everything in Greece, he already had a plan for this trip to Europe. His primary goal was to rescue Snowgirl's father, so he looked for Klinsmann. If it was as he had guessed, the Emperor's Heart Snow Lotus was in the hands of the Dark Parliament, so he came to Berlin alone. He let Yamu stay in Kirin's bead, not because he was afraid that Klinsmann would not be safe. Since he promised Yamu that he would protect her, it was naturally the safest to keep her by his side. Yamu had now become the fuse. With her by his side, there would not be any problems on Ming's side. Subconsciously, Chiyu was still a little wary of Yamu. There was still some distance between his relationship with Ming and him. However, there was one thing that Chiyu did not expect. When he quietly left London, because of Klinsmann's careful arrangements, the people who were after Yamu did not expect that she had already left London, including the 6 Constellation Guardians. At this time, London had become more and more restless. The taxi sent Chi-Yu all the way to the western suburbs of Berlin. After getting out of the car, Chi-Yu walked out of the road and used his mental power to feel that there was no one around. Only then did he spread out his body and use Kieran's invisibility ability to hide his body. He quickly flew southwest. 10 minutes later, Chi-Yu stopped. With his current speed, flying for 10 minutes had already covered a distance of more than 100 kilometers. In the distance, a strangely shaped hill had already appeared in his sight. In the western suburbs of Berlin, there were many such hills, but this one looked a little more special. This was because it was a stone mountain about 200 to 300 meters high. Not only was it abnormally steep, but there was not even a blade of grass growing on it. It looked a little gloomy. Even the Vatican, who had been fighting with the Covenant of Darkness for so many years, did not know where the headquarters of the Covenant of Darkness was. But at this time, Chi had already arrived in front of its door. Activating the thundercloud force in his body, Chi-Yu's body shot up to the top of the hill like a rocket. As far as the eye could see, the surrounding area of tens of square kilometers was in his eyes. Chi-Yu shouted in his heart, "Covenant of Darkness, I'm coming." From Klinsmann, he knew the specific location of the Covenant of Darkness, but even Klinsmann did not know where the Emperor Heartsnow Lotus King was kept by the Dark Chairman. Therefore, he could only come alone, enter the headquarters of the Covenant of Darkness first, and then slowly search. The reason why the headquarters of the Covenant of Darkness had not been discovered by the Vatican for so many years was that it was hidden too well. The headquarters of the Covenant of Darkness was not located anywhere on Earth, but in a special space. And this space was created by the current Dark Chairman, the Dark Lich King. In 1,000 years, 17 Dark Lich Elders have been sacrificed, and with the help of a huge amount of dark energy, this special world of darkness was created. And the door to this world of darkness was on the top of the hill where Chi-Yu was standing. Klinsmann briefly described the scene of the Covenant of Darkness to Chi-Yu. It was a completely dark world, without sunlight, full of death and all kinds of negative energy. There were only two dark races there. One was the most powerful Dark Lich in the world of darkness, and the other was the loyal servant of the Dark Lich, the Dark Warriors. Klinsmann told Chi-Yu that although his position in the Covenant of Darkness was very high, however, the real strength of the Covenant of Darkness was not the Blood Race, nor the Werewolves or the Bearmen. It was the Dark Lich and the Dark Warriors at the headquarters. Among the 13 members of the Covenant of Darkness, the other seats were constantly changing, but only 6 seats never changed. They were the Dark Chairman, the 4 Dark Lich Elders, and the Dark Warrior Emperor. They always maintained the position of the 6 members. The cardinal who had betrayed the Vatican was able to sit in the position of a member because of his great contribution to the Covenant of Darkness. However, in terms of strength, he was much weaker than the 6 hereditary members led by the Dark Chairman. To enter the headquarters of the Covenant of Darkness, generally speaking, one could only rely on the resonance of one's own dark energy to get the approval of the Dark Lich that guarded the dark space inside. Otherwise, how could one enter if one could not even find the door? Of course, it was impossible for Chi-Yu to get the approval of the Dark Lich, but he also had his own way. After disappearing, Chi-Yu slowly raised his hands above his head. Golden rays of light burned like flames from his body, and a huge amount of energy condensed. The Xianyuan sword that was more than 2 meters long quietly appeared in Chi-Yu's hands under the golden light. The black sword was completely dyed with a huge golden light, and an incomparably sharp aura broke through the air. The sun, moon, and stars on the sword seemed to have come to life, and that tyrannical energy fluctuation was even for the master who held it. Every time Chi-Yu mobilized its energy, he would still feel a trace of fear. Unleash your all-conquering power, Xianyuan Godly Sword. The golden light of the sword broke through the air, and at this moment, Chi-Yu's body seemed to have become one with the sword. After using the first sword of the Xianyuan 8 swords, one with the world twice, Chi-Yu found out that, although it would drain his own energy every time he used it, it also allowed him to better integrate with the Xianyuan sword. The next time he used it, his own energy could better integrate with the Xianyuan sword. No door? Then I'll temporarily create one for you. The Xianyuan sword is known as the most powerful artifact for breaking domains. The signs of the Zodiac domain can even be broken in front of me, let alone a door. Break for me. With a roar, the huge thundercloud force completely transformed into Kirin's purest energy. Driven by the huge spiritual fluctuation, the Xianyuan sword suddenly let out a clear, buzzing sound. Holding the sword hilt with both hands, Chiyu stood on the cliff of the mountain like Pangu opening the sky, and swung the golden sword down. The air was split into two under the effect of the Xianyuan sword, and the space was also like paper in front of the sharp Xianyuan sword. A black crack appeared in front of Chiyu along with the golden light. In the next moment, his body had already turned into a ray of golden light and instantly entered the black crack. As soon as he entered the black crack, the first thing Chiyu felt was an incomparably huge pressure instantly squeezing his body from all directions. Fortunately, he was now one with the Xianyuan sword. With the sharpness of the Xianyuan sword, the pressure in front of him would be split into two. Amidst the flickering light, a strong light appeared in Chiyu's eyes. The golden light on the Xianyuan sword flashed and disappeared, and under the control of his spiritual power, it was completely restrained. Then, the dark red light of Kirin's hidden covered his body, and the invisibility skill was activated. Countless corrosive energies had already rushed towards Chiyu before he went invisible. However, his reaction was still very fast. Kirin's hidden had become his most used Kirin's octatic treasures. His body flashed, and while going invisible, he also used the effect of Kirin's hidden to teleport. In the blink of an eye, he was already 100 meters away. 100 meters was the limit of his teleportation. After evading the pursuit and hiding his body, Chiyu could now calm down and observe everything in this dark space. Chapter 193. It was indeed a dark place, but it was not completely devoid of light. A purple sun hung high in the sky, bringing purple light to this dark world. On the black land, a city full of classical aura appeared in front of Chiyu. Yes, it was a city. The walls were about 20 meters high and were made of grayish-white stone. The city gate was in the classical style of Europe. There was even a moat outside the walls, but the water was blood red. The drawbridge was lowered, connecting the city to the land outside. About a kilometer away from the city, there was a layer of black air. That must be the border of this dark world. At the place where he appeared, there were 4 black air currents floating, and there were also 6 soldiers standing on the ground. The 4 black air currents were about 2 meters in diameter. From the black air currents, one could vaguely see the shape of a human. Chiyu guessed that this should be the Dark Lich that Klinsman had mentioned. The 6 soldiers on the ground surprised him even more. Each of them wore black full-body armor, which emitted a faint purple light under the purple sun. They were about 5 meters tall, and each of them held a black heavy sword that was 2 meters long and more than half a foot wide. As they moved, the black armor on their bodies made a clanking sound, showing their powerful combat power. Black warriors, these should be the Black Warriors. These people were obviously the backbone of the Covenant of Darkness. The Dark Lich in the sky and the Black Warriors on the ground seemed to be communicating something. Unfortunately, Chiyu could not understand what they were talking about, but he knew that they were confused about his appearance. The spatial crack that the Xianyuan sword had created had already disappeared when Chiyu entered this dark world. With the invisibility effect of Kirin's stealth, Chiyu was not afraid that these dark creatures would discover him. It was actually a city. This was amazing. The power of darkness was indeed powerful. It could actually use energy to create such a huge space, the space of a city. Even though the scale of the city was small, it was a real existence. The shock lessened Chiyu's fear of the Dark Parliament. Now, he was more curious about this place. Chiyu was not in a hurry to enter the city. Instead, he used his mind power to carefully probe the energy aura in this place. Through his mind power, he discovered that the energy waves in this dark world were much stronger than those in the outside world. However, the energy here was full of negative energy. Although he could absorb it, it was much more difficult to convert it. After all, filtering out the negative aura would consume a lot of energy, and he could only use 1/10 of it. As a result, the rate of energy absorption here was slower than the outside world. What worried Chi-Yu the most was there was an indescribable pressure in this dark world, and the source of this pressure was actually the purple sun in the sky. That oppressive feeling prevented him from unleashing his energy to its best state. Chi-Yu thought to himself, even with my strength, I'm greatly affected. If the powerhouses of the Vatican, who are naturally restrained by the dark aura, come to this dark world, I'm afraid they won't be able to pose a real threat to the Dark Parliament. Just like Yamu and Parthenon in this dark world, whether it was a dark lich or a dark warrior, they would definitely be able to unleash their greatest combat power. While thinking, Chi had already arrived at the city gate. Right above the gate, there were 3 strange symbols flashing with purple light. Chi-Yu could not understand what they meant, so he hurriedly asked Yamu in the Kirin Pearl. That means Hell City. Chi-Yu, I can't do it anymore. I'm afraid I can't communicate with you here. This place gives me a very uncomfortable feeling. If it wasn't for the fact that I'm in your Kirin Pearl, I think I would have already collapsed. I need to enter a state of cultivation to not be affected by the negative aura. You must be careful. If anything goes wrong, leave immediately. I feel that the negative energy here is very scary. If anything happens, I'm afraid your invisibility skill can't guarantee your safety. Yama's voice sounded a little weak, even in the Kirin Pearl. She was also a little breathless. Chi-Yu, you rest, I'll be careful. Since I'm already here. If I don't know, the Emperor's Heart Snow Lotus King will never leave. This was his promise to Snow Girl. Although Snow Girl was not related to him by blood, Chi-Yu had long regarded Snow Girl as the most important person in his life. Although he didn't promise anything to Snow Girl before coming here, he had already made up his mind to help Snow Girl save her father. Especially after he learned from Klinsman that the Emperor's Heart Snow Lotus King was not dead, his determination was strengthened. Thinking of this, Chi-Yu flew over the suspension bridge and entered the Hell City like a wisp of smoke. At this time, he didn't use his own mental power to explore anything. Instead, he completely restrained his mental power. Chi-Yu was very bold, but he was not careless. Since this world of darkness was so strange, and there was a powerful existence like the Dark Speaker, he didn't want his mental power to cause trouble. After all, in this world of darkness, he was an absolute anomaly. After entering the Hell City, Chi-Yu was immediately attracted by the buildings here. The old European-style spires were arranged in an orderly manner. From afar, he could see that there was a city within the city in the center of the city. The buildings inside were even taller. Obviously, this was the core of the Hell City. He didn't need to guess to know that the place where the Emperor's Heart Snow Lotus King was imprisoned must be in this city within the city. The streets of the Hell City were very quiet. Occasionally, a team of black warriors would appear with the clanking of armor. Each team of black warriors was made up of 10 people. The energy that they emitted was extremely powerful, far beyond the werbears and werewolves that Chi-Yu had seen before. The heavy and gloomy aura showed that these black warriors were very powerful. The leader of each team of black warriors had a dark red gem on his chest. He should be the leader of the black warriors. Chi-Yu first quickly walked around the outer city of the Hell City. After careful observation, he found that there were 2 different types of buildings in the outer city. One was pointed, and the other was domed. Next to each pointed building were 2 to 3 domed buildings. The pointed buildings were the residences of the Dark Liches, while the domed buildings belonged to the Black Warriors. According to the number of buildings, there were about 2 to 3,000 Black Warriors in the Hell City, and about 8 to 1,000 Dark Liches. After doing the calculations, Chi-Yu couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. It sounded like there weren't many Black Warriors and Dark Liches. However, whether it was the Black Warriors or the Dark Liches, they were all extremely powerful existences, especially the negative energy that the Dark Liches emitted. When a few Dark Liches were together, even Chi-Yu could feel a suffocating pressure. No wonder they could fight against the Vatican. With such a large number of powerful existences, if they were in the human world outside, it wouldn't be difficult for them to destroy a city. Although the Vatican had many followers, This also caused the Vatican's core strength to be scattered. The Dark Parliament was different. The Dark Liches and Black Warriors were all gathered here. When it was time to move, they would definitely be a terrifying force. After a simple observation, Chi-Yu finally decided to sneak into the inner city of the Hell City. When he arrived at the edge of the inner city, he discovered that the purple sun was actually floating right above the inner city. With a thought, he vaguely understood that this purple sun was probably the energy core of this dark world of Hell City. It was hard to imagine how it was created, but he knew that without this purple sun, this dark world would no longer exist. Chi became even more careful when he reached the inner city of Hell City. Ever since he entered the dark world, he found that his 4 types of thundercloud force had been greatly weakened, no matter which type of thundercloud force he used. They were unable to display more than 50% of their strength. In this place filled with a large amount of negative energy, only dark energy could receive the greatest amplification, while other types of energy could only be weakened. Fortunately, he still had Kirin's origin power. The energy that came from the bloodline was not affected by the negative aura. Therefore, Chi-Yu could only transform his thundercloud force into origin power. He carefully condensed it. This was also the reason why he was not in a hurry to enter the inner city. He had to first condense and transform his energy so that he could deal with any changes that might occur. The inner city of Hell City was not that easy to enter. The city tower was 10 meters taller than the outer city, reaching a height of 30 meters. On the city tower, every 20 meters, there was a black warrior with a giant sword in his hands guarding. This was not the most troublesome thing. What made Chi-Yu the most oppressed was the layer of light purple light barrier above the inner city. He had just tested it, and the layer of light purple light barrier could not even be penetrated by his spiritual power. The energy fluctuation was very strong, very similar to the energy of the purple sun in the sky. Domain. Chi-Yu immediately determined the attribute of the purple light barrier. It was definitely a domain, at least a defensive one. As for what other characteristics it had, he would probably only understand when he experienced it. It was not difficult to enter this domain. As long as he relied on the sharpness of the Xianyuan sword, any defensive domain could be broken, at least temporarily. Just like when he entered this world of darkness, using the Xianyuan sword, he could also enter the inner city. However, at that time, his traces would inevitably be exposed. If the invisibility effect disappeared in the domain of the inner city, then, not to mention finding the Emperor Heart Snow Lotus King, even he would immediately become the target of public criticism. This was the problem that Chi-Yu was worried about. What to do? Chi-Yu secretly asked himself, do I really have to use the Xianyuan sword? No, there must be some other way. His brain was working at high speed. While carefully observing the characteristics of the purple domain, he secretly thought about which of his various abilities was the most suitable to use at this time. After a short screening process, Chi-Yu locked on to the 1,000 opportunities and 100 changes. At this time, besides the Xianyuan sword, only the 1,000 opportunities and 100 changes could send him into the inner city, domain against domain. Although the possibility of success was lower than the Xianyuan sword, the possibility of concealing himself was much higher. Thinking of this, Chi-Yu no longer hesitated. He knew that the longer he stayed in this world of darkness, the more disadvantageous it would be. Although the negative energy did not have a great impact on his spirit, it more or less penetrated his energy. If he stayed here for a long time, he did not know what problems would arise. Hiding in a dark corner where the purple sunlight could not reach, Chi-Yu quietly removed the invisibility ability, but still restrained his aura. The 1,000 opportunities and 100 changes quietly activated the 1,000 opportunities and 100 changes, and a dark red light enveloped his whole body. Chi-Yu completely injected his origin energy into the 1,000 opportunities and 100 changes, took a deep breath, and released 2 strong silver rays of light from his eyes. The dark red light flashed for a moment, and in the next moment, his body had already disappeared. Teleportation, this was Chi-Yu's choice. Moreover, he used teleportation with all his strength. Teleportation was actually a special ability to break through space in an instant, and under the control of mental strength, send one's body to any point within a certain range. However, this was the first time he had used such a method to send himself to a place that even mental strength could not reach. Although the eyes could not see after entering the state of teleportation, the feeling was still there. When passing through the purple domain, Chiyu clearly felt as if his body was wrapped in some kind of mucus, and everything became sluggish. At this time, a sharp aura was automatically released from his body, and forcibly broke through the mucus and rushed in. After all, teleportation without the guidance of mental strength was too difficult. At the crucial moment, it was still the aura of the Xianyuan sword that played a crucial role, and in the end, he still succeeded. Compared to using the Xianyuan sword to break through the domain, teleportation was much more secretive, and at least it did not have that dazzling golden light. As soon as he realized that he had entered the inner city, in the next moment, Chiyu immediately activated his invisibility technique and quietly retreated to a corner of the inner city. However, although it was only for a moment, the moment he became invisible, dozens of eyes still focused on him. Fortunately, Chiyu's movements were fast, and he did not arouse the suspicions of those black warriors. He let out a long breath, and the soul-stirring feeling made Chiyu feel exceptionally excited. Ever since Kirin had achieved great success and returned to the modern world, this was the first time he had felt so much pressure. The energy aura of the inner city was different from that of the outer city. The negative aura here was much less than that of the outer city, and it was almost negligible. However, the energy waves were indeed 3 times that of the outer city. After careful investigation, Chiyu found that the strong energy waves here were actually pure dark energy. Could dark energy also be pure? The truth was right in front of him, and he had no choice but to believe it. Quietly squatting on the ground, Chiyu gathered strength in his right hand and Kirin's arm, which carried the energy of Kirin's origin, silently inserted into the hard black ground. Closing his eyes, the energy of the origin of nature condensed into a drop of green liquid and seeped out from the middle finger of his right hand. Although it was difficult for the energy of the origin of nature to spread in this world full of death and dark energy, under the circumstances that Chiyu's origin of nature was the foundation, it slowly spread through the ground in the direction that he wanted. Hell City was so big, and he didn't know what kind of hidden traps and special dark areas were hidden, so it was easier said than done to find the Emperor Heart Snow Lotus King. Before coming here, he had already thought of a way. Otherwise, he wouldn't have taken the risk so easily. The Emperor Heart Snow Lotus King was a special plant of the level of heaven and earth, and it was impossible to completely cover its plant aura with anything. Rather than aimlessly searching and risking being discovered, it was far better to rely on the aura of the origin of nature to determine his location. Although he didn't expect the dark energy here to be so abundant, the method that Chiyu chose was still the most correct. As the range of the origin of nature's energy gradually increased, Chiyu also gradually began to feel the strain. The huge amount of dark energy had become a strong barrier, and the range of the origin of nature's energy was also becoming larger and larger. This caused Chiyu's consumption of energy to increase exponentially, and even though he was the origin of nature, he was already somewhat unable to bear it. Just as Chiyu was preparing to maintain the current area of exploration and change to another place to search, suddenly, the natural energy that he had scattered underground moved slightly, and a fresh energy aura came into contact with his natural energy. Although it was very weak, in this place that was full of dark energy, he could still clearly feel its uniqueness. This discovery couldn't help but make Chiyu very happy. He hurriedly gathered the natural energy that he had scattered in other directions, and specifically concentrated in this direction to search. After concentrating, the natural energy immediately became stronger, and under the guidance of the aura, he finally found the location of the aura that was similar to his own. The fresh natural energy brought a very comfortable feeling to Chiyu, but there seemed to be some kind of barrier around the natural energy, preventing his natural energy from truly coming into contact with the fragrance. But this was enough. In this world of darkness, what else could this kind of energy aura be? Moreover, it was such a pure natural energy. Chiyu used his natural energy to send a friendly and kind aura to the other party, even though they could not truly communicate. Although there was no real communication, through the contact between their auras, he still let the other party feel the purpose of his trip. After a brief contact, Chiyu quickly determined the other party's location, quietly withdrew his own natural energy, simply adjusted his own aura, floated up, and quickly flew in that direction. In the inner city of Hell City, it was mainly made up of more than 10 pointed buildings. These pointed buildings were all built with special dark red stones. In the center of the inner city, this was the largest spires. The entire building was about 15 meters high. It covered an area of thousands of square meters, and the spires of this building faced the distant purple sun in the sky. A huge amount of dark energy connected it to the purple sun, forming a bridge of energy. Needless to ask, Chiyu knew that this must be the place where the Dark Chairman lived. On both sides of the spires, there were also subsidiary spires, about 5 meters shorter than the central spires, and the area they occupied was only half of the central spires. And the natural energy aura that Chiyu discovered was in the subsidiary spires on the left. More accurately, it was in the underground of the subsidiary spires. This was one of the reasons why he could so smoothly discover the natural energy aura. Smiling slightly, Chiyu's eyes revealed a strong cold light. He took a deep breath, adjusted his energy to the peak, and carefully touched the side of the subsidiary spires. Each of the 3 spires had an arched door, and on each side of the door was a black warrior guardian. Different from the black warriors he had seen before, the black warriors guarding here were 3 meters tall, and although the armor on their bodies was still black, the gemstones inlaid in front of their chests were dark green, and the size of the gemstones was much larger than the gemstones of the black warrior captains. Inlaid in front of their chests, it looked like a breastplate. The strength of these black warriors must be even stronger. This was the judgment that immediately appeared in Chiyu's mind. At the same time, he also discovered that the 3 connected spires contained a huge amount of dark energy. The purple sun in the sky was like its protective umbrella, constantly providing a huge amount of energy aura. After a simple scan of the defensive energy here, Chiyu immediately determined that it would be impossible to rely on teleportation to get in. Otherwise, if he failed, he was afraid that he would be injured by the huge amount of dark energy. After all, his body was relatively weak when he used instant teleportation. This time, Chiyu did not hesitate at all, nor did he consider other methods, and directly walked towards the subsidiary spires. He landed lightly on the spires, took a deep breath, and the explosive source energy of Kirin quickly condensed in his body. Due to the existence of the source of nature, his own energy itself was already very condensed, and at this time, under his deliberate effort, the intensity of the energy suddenly became stronger. Invisibility could only be maintained when he was not attacking, or when he was in the 1,000 transformation Big Dipper realm technique. The moment Chiyu accumulated energy to its peak, he swung his right fist. Kirin's arm appeared, and at this moment, it displayed an extremely tyrannical attack power. It suddenly appeared, condensed all of its energy, and instantly bombarded a green crystal black warrior from the side. The reaction of the black warrior was much faster than Chiyu had imagined. When it suddenly felt a huge amount of energy appear, it immediately made the most correct judgment. It crossed its arms in front of its chest, gave up the huge sword in its hand, and blocked the attack of Chiyu's Kirin's arm. However, could it block a direct attack of Kirin's arm with its arms? Perhaps this situation had only happened to the Bull Demon King back then. Even powerful existences like Yamu or the Chaos King would not dare to let Kirin's arm hit their bodies at close range. There was a loud bang, and the crisp sound of metal shattering and bones breaking could be heard. Under the full force of Chiyu's attack, the body of the green crystal black warrior instantly crashed into the body of the other green crystal black warrior. The speed of the attack was extremely terrifying. When Chi Yu's right fist separated from the body of the green crystal black warrior, he already knew that the green crystal black warrior was finished. The green crystal black warrior that was sent flying by Chi Yu's attack was actually cut in half from the middle. His body was split into two halves by his comrade. However, although its armor and bones were shattered by the attack of Kirin's arm, its body was still mixed with the remaining energy of Kirin's arm. The green crystal black warrior that cut its comrade in half let out a muffled groan. Its 3-meter-tall body staggered backward. It left deep footprints on the ground. Chi Yu's body, which had already revealed itself, shot out like an arrow. His target was the largest appraisal building in the center. The 4 green crystal black warriors that were guarding the other 2 buildings charged towards Chi Yu's body at an unbelievable speed. Even the injured green crystal dark warrior disregarded his own injuries and brandished the heavy sword in his hand, sending out a black ray of light towards Chi Yu's body. However, none of them noticed that the door of the spire building had opened slightly, revealing a small gap. Then it disappeared. Chi Yu, who was surrounded by 5 green crystal black warriors, changed the direction of his attack and flew out of the city at lightning speed. Following a deep and cold roar, 2 of the green crystal black warriors suddenly split up and chased after him. They could not fly, but they could jump at an astonishing speed. At the same time, dozens of clouds of black mist surrounded Chi Yu's body. What happened to Chi Yu? At this time, his real body had already entered the attached building. It turned out that the moment he launched the Qilin arm attack, he had also activated the 1,000 opportunities and 100 changes of the 4 stars realm at the same time. The mimicry ability allowed him to imitate another version of himself and pounce toward the pointed building in the center, attracting the attention of all the green crystal dark warriors. At the same time, his real body flew out of the building and became invisible again. He used that brief moment to sneak into his destination. Chi Yu knew that he didn't have much time left. Under the combined attacks of the Dark Warriors and Dark Lich, his camouflage ability would quickly shatter. The other party could come looking for him at any time. Although he could turn invisible, he had already been exposed. Inside the attached building was a dark hall. It was empty, but there was a purple skull floating in the air. The skull was about 1 meter in diameter, and it gave people a sense of fear when they saw it. Around the skull, there was a circle of special purple symbols rotating slightly. The air in the hall seemed to be viscous, and the air here was made up of extremely condensed dark energy. Oh my God, how did such dense, dark energy particles form? Chi Yu's mind was full of questions. If a dark creature trained in this place, it would probably be able to create a strong person in a short period of time. It was hard to imagine. However, this was not the time to be amazed. He did not lose himself in the momentary surprise. He gathered his mental strength and helped the original energy of Kirin to resist the invasion of the dark energy. Following the guidance of the source of nature, he quickly arrived at the inner part of the hall. Because the air here was too sticky, the vision of the dark energy was blocked. It was not until he reached the innermost part of the hall that Chi Yu saw a special statue. The statue looked very strange. It had 4 pairs of black wings, and its body was completely black. It was a man with long gray hair draped over his back. His eyes were dark purple. His eyes seemed to have some kind of magic power. As soon as Chi Yu saw it, he immediately felt a chill run down his body. Even his invisible state disappeared automatically when he saw the statue. A feeling of being restricted invaded his body. At the same time, there seemed to be a low voice constantly ringing in his heart. It seemed to be saying something, but when he listened carefully, he could not hear anything. Resisting the discomfort in his body, Chi Yu stretched out his hand to push the statue. Because the natural aura he sensed came from under the statue, there must be an entrance here. The moment his hand came into contact with the statue, an incomparably surging dark energy surged forth and shook Chi Yu's hand away. Immediately after, a purple hexagram suddenly appeared beneath the statue's feet, and the dark energy in the entire hall suddenly paused for a moment. Following a series of creaking sounds, the statue and the floor beneath it slowly moved to the side, revealing a deep passageway. Chiyu did not even have the time to hesitate as he quickly leapt in. The stairs spiraled downwards, and the moment he descended, the statue above had already returned to its original position. The aura of darkness energy was still as vast as ever. After descending for about 20 meters, the spiral staircase reached the bottom. It was a room. When Chiyu entered, his eyes immediately froze. The room was not big, about 20 square meters. In the middle of the room, a woman was suspended in the air. Her body was completely naked, and her white skin looked very attractive. Both her hands and feet were bound by dark red chains, hanging in the air in the shape of the character. Her delicate body was overflowing with beauty, and she was completely exposed to Chiyu. Her white skin was like a milky white crystal, and her long golden hair hung down to her hips. She was about the same height as Ryue. Her figure was so perfect. Her slender legs were split open, and her lower body was actually smooth, without a trace of hair covering it. Her pink lower body looked full of childishness. Her chest was unusually full, but it was extremely straight, without the slightest drooping, outlining two perfect arcs. Chapter 194. Who was she? Bound here, she was undoubtedly a prisoner of the Dark Parliament. She was definitely not the Emperor's Heart Snow Lotus King, because the natural energy aura was not released from her body. Such a beautiful girl was bound here. Perhaps only the people of the Dark Parliament would do such a thing. Filled with pity, Chiyu subconsciously grabbed a dark red chain, exerting force with both arms, trying to break the chain. A soft moan came from the girl's mouth. Evidently, the vibrations of the chains had hurt her. Chiyu raised his head to look at her. At this moment, the girl had already opened her eyes and was looking back at him. The moment their gazes met, Chiyu felt as if his brain had exploded. If Yamu's eyes were clear, without a trace of impurity, then the eyes of the girl in front of him could only be described as full of temptation and extreme. Compared to her, Sua's level of charm was simply child's play. This girl's eyes were crystal pink. This was the first time Chiyu saw such eyes. She did not give off a feeling of coquettishness, but a kind of pure crystal. Looking at her eyes, feelings of pity, love, closeness, and so on spontaneously arose. If Yamu was said to be an otherworldly fairy that people did not dare to approach, then the girl in front of him was like the world's most attractive magnet, making people uncontrollably want to get close to her, protect her. "Who are you?" the girl asked in pure English, her voice carrying a bit of sadness. That pure voice immediately raised the pity in Chiyu's heart to the peak. Taking a deep breath, forcefully suppressing the impulse in his heart, Chiyu's eyes regained their clarity. "This isn't the place to talk. You must have been captured by those fellows from the Dark Parliament. I'll save you first. We need to leave this place immediately." After what happened in London, Chiyu used his origin of nature ability to barely grasp English through plants. As he spoke, Chiyu continued to exert force. However, he was surprised to find that the dark red iron chain, made of some unknown material, was extremely sturdy. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't make it deform in the slightest. Furrowing his brows, Chiyu loosened his grip. The young girl looked at him sadly and said, "It's useless. This is a chain made of hell's iron. You can't break it. Unless you have a key. Otherwise, no one can break it." Chiyu's eyes flashed coldly. "Is that so? I don't believe in this evil." He took a step back and raised his left hand. The edge of his palm suddenly lit up with a golden light, emitting a metallic luster. This was a special ability that he had comprehended after his battle with Miero. Through Miero's Shura blade ability, he had combined himself with the Xianyuan sword. There was no need to take out the Xianyuan sword and let the sharp energy of the Xianyuan sword merge with his palm. At this moment, his hand was the sharpness of the Xianyuan sword. Although it was slightly inferior to the real Xianyuan sword, it was extremely close to being indestructible. Clang, 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 clang. 4 soft sounds rang out, and in the young girl's surprised cry, the 4 chains had completely broken. Her alluring, naked body suddenly fell from the sky. Chi Yu's shoulders swayed, and he was already under the young girl's body. Immediately, he hugged the soft and fragrant body. There was a sweet fragrance on the young girl's body. Chi Yu couldn't tell what kind of fragrance it was. It was just like the feeling her appearance gave people. Although this fragrance was full of sweet feeling, it was very pure. Chi Yu couldn't help but take a few deep breaths. His whole body immediately felt very comfortable, and even the influence of the dark energy on his body was greatly weakened at this moment. The cold and delicate body was very light, and Chi Yu felt as if he was hugging a non-physical body. The young girl's arms subconsciously wrapped around his neck, and under the close range of her pink eyes, Chi Yu subconsciously tightened his arms. That rich and comfortable feeling almost made him moan. He thought to himself, if this beautiful woman was placed in ancient times, she would definitely be a super beauty that could charm any king. For some reason, at this moment, he couldn't help but think of several famous beauties in ancient times, such as Baosi, Daji. There was already a swelling pain in his lower body. Chi Yu was shocked, and he secretly cursed himself for not being able to control himself. The Kirin bead on his chest transmitted a cool stream of air to him, and his somewhat muddled mind suddenly became clear. He hurriedly put the young girl on the ground, took out his big T-shirt from the Kirin bead, and quickly put it on the young girl. However, even if she wore Chi Yu's T-shirt to cover her seductive body, the young girl's attractiveness did not weaken in the slightest. Instead, she looked even more attractive. The young girl let Chi Yu help her put on clothes, and a trace of surprise flashed in the depths of her pink eyes. Chi Yu said, if possible, I will definitely take you out of here. As he said that, he activated the energy of the Kirin bead, wanting to take the young girl inside. However, to his surprise, no matter how he mobilized the energy, the Kirin bead could not take the young girl in front of him. This was the first time that Chi Yu had encountered such a situation. How could this be? Chi Yu looked at the young girl with a strange look, and the young girl also seemed to look at him blankly. Shaking his head helplessly, Chi Yu's eyes fell on a box in the corner of the room. The box was black, and through the perception of his mental power, Chi Yu found that the box was cast from lead. No wonder the Emperor's Heart Snow Lotus King's natural aura was so strong, but he could only feel a very weak aura. It turned out that it was bound by the lead box. His right palm swept across, and with a flash of golden light, the lead box had been cut open by the sharp Xianyuan sword. The moment the box was opened, the entire room was filled with an intoxicating fragrance. The most peculiar thing was that fragrance actually gave people a cold feeling. A huge golden snow lotus appeared in front of Chi Yu's eyes. The stamen in the center of the snow lotus was snow white, like jade. A black energy barrier enveloped the snow lotus, suppressing the energy it emitted, but could not stop the fragrance it released. The Xianyuan sword flashed again. As expected of a domain killer, the black energy barrier under the sweep of the golden light from the Xianyuan sword was immediately smashed to pieces. Chi Yu's control of energy was extremely exquisite. Whether it was destroying the lead box or the dark domain, he did not harm the Emperor's Heart Snow Lotus King in the box. A drop of dark green liquid shot out from the tip of Chi Yu's finger and landed on the stamen of the Emperor's Heart Snow Lotus King. Floating above the stamen of the Emperor Heart Snow Lotus King, the pure energy of nature was immediately absorbed by the Emperor Heart Snow Lotus King. The cold aura suddenly became stronger, and with a low groan, a milky white light suddenly lit up, forming a mist in the air, gradually condensing into a human figure. A handsome middle-aged man appeared in front of Chi Yu. His dignified and handsome face was filled with surprise. Looking at Chi Yu and the girl beside him, his eyes revealed a strong sense of gratitude and excitement. Source of nature, are you the source of nature? The Emperor's Heart Snow Lotus King did not have any doubts about Chi Yu, because the source of nature could not be faked. As the king of plants, he could clearly feel that Chi Yu's body was filled with a sense of familiarity. Chi Yu nodded and said, "Hello, Senior. I am here to save you. You should know Snow Girl." The Emperor's Heart Snow Lotus King's body trembled. He cried out, "You, what did you say? Is Snow Girl still alive? Milky white tears flowed uncontrollably. His handsome face had lost its majesty, shrouded in a sorrowful aura. His body was already trembling. Chiyu hurriedly said, "Senior, don't be sad. The sin of the Dark Council. Sooner or later they will pay it back. Snow Girl is still alive. Let's leave here first. I'll have to trouble you." The Kirin Pearl lit up. Fortunately, the Emperor's heart, Snow Lotus King, did not cause any trouble for the girl. He was successfully absorbed into the Kirin Pearl by Chiyu. Find the Emperor's heart, Snow Lotus King. Chiyu couldn't help but feel relieved. The purpose of this trip has been achieved. Now it is how to leave here. If possible, he certainly hopes to teach the Dark Council a painful lesson. However, the most difficult thing for him now is the girl beside him. This strange girl can't be absorbed into the Kirin Pearl. How can he take her out of here? Abandoning a beautiful girl to leave alone. This is definitely not Chiyu. Girl, can you tell me who you are? How did you end up being imprisoned here by the Dark Council? Chiyu asked. The girl's gaze was fixed on him, watching him complete the process of saving the Emperor's heart, Snow Lotus King. Lowering her head, she said in a sorrowful voice, "My name is Lanier. I don't remember anything from the past. I don't even know how I came to be here. I beg you, save me. Save me from here, please. I beg of you." Seeing her pitiful appearance, Chiyu couldn't help but sigh, bitterly smiling. "I don't know if I can save you from here. I can only do my best." The girl smiled. Immediately the temperature in the room seemed to rise because of her pure smile. "You can definitely do it. You can even cut through the iron chains of hell. I believe you can definitely save me from here." Chiyu turned his head away. He really did not dare to meet the girl's gaze. Even with his mental fortitude, he was unable to withstand such a strong temptation. "Then let's go. No matter what, you must stay by my side. Don't go too far away. Sorry for the offense." As he said that, he reached out to grab the girl's waist, floating up into the air. Although they were separated by a t-shirt, the soft and supple feeling of the girl's waist constantly challenged Chiyu's willpower. Fortunately, at this time he discovered another ability of the Kirin Pearl, and that was to stabilize the mind. With the constant flow of cold air coming from the Kirin Pearl, Chiyu was able to maintain a clear state of mind. When they returned to the entrance of the tunnel, Chiyu discovered that it had already been sealed. He exerted strength in his arms in an attempt to push the statue away, but the same situation occurred once again. A pure and enormous amount of darkness energy once again jolted his palms away. Anger rose in Chiyu's heart. He was about to use the Xianyuan sword or the Kirin arm to forcefully break through this obstacle, but a purple hexagram lit up and the statue moved horizontally. He didn't notice that when he used force to move the statue, a faint purple light shot out from Lung'er's finger. When the two of them arrived at the hall above, Chiyu found that he still couldn't use his invisibility ability. It seemed like he could only wait until they got out of here. He could only hope that his invisibility ability would be restored when they got out. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to leave this place safely with Lung'er. After all, he had to take care of Lung'er's safety. Tightening his grip on Lung'er's hand, Chiyu smiled and asked, "Are you afraid?" Lung'er's gaze was originally on the statue with 4 pairs of black wings, but when she heard his question, she couldn't help but turn her head, smiled gently, and said, "I'm not afraid. I feel very safe by your side." In the face of such a beautiful woman, a strong desire to protect her filled his whole body. "As long as I am alive, I will definitely not let you come to harm." Lung'er was really too beautiful. Otherwise, you wouldn't have said such words, especially that inexplicably strong attraction. Even in a situation where his mind wasn't affected, Chiyu was still full of good feelings towards this girl. Floating forward, Chiyu brought Lung'er to the arched door. He didn't rush to go out, but instead put his ear to the arched door, tried to use his spiritual force to explore everything outside. However, he was soon disappointed. He didn't know whether it was because the building itself had the energy to block out the sound outside, or because the situation in Hell City was too special, but all he could feel was silence, a deathly silence. "I can't wait any longer," Otherwise, it will only become more and more disadvantageous. Sooner or later, the Dark Parliament will send people here to see Lung and the Emperor's Heart Snow Lotus King. At that time, it will be even more difficult to escape. Moreover, in this place that was full of dark energy, his energy was greatly suppressed, and the longer he delayed, the more his energy would weaken. Thinking of this, Chiyu took a deep breath, completely calmed his mind, and raised his senses to the peak. The energy of Kirin's origin in his body completely fused with the Xianyuan sword and Kirin's concealment, and the 1,000 changes of the Big Dipper boundary technique was quietly activated, enveloping his and Lung bodies. Although he couldn't use the concealment ability, at the moment, they only looked like a dark red ball of light, and their true appearance couldn't be seen clearly. The door opened, and Chiyu flashed out as fast as he could. He still clearly remembered the dark corner he had found in the inner city, so as soon as he flashed out, he immediately rushed there, and at the same time, he activated the concealment effect of the 1,000 changes of the Big Dipper boundary technique. However, as soon as Chiyu floated out of the building, his follow-up movements immediately stopped. This was because there was no need for anything else. Hundreds of black warriors surrounded the building, holding heavy swords in both hands. Among them were red crystal black warriors, green crystal black warriors, and yellow crystal black warriors, whose auras were even more powerful than theirs. Although there were only 2 yellow crystal black warriors, they gave Chiyu an unusually oppressive feeling. It wasn't just the powerful formation of the black warriors. In the air, there were 3 clouds of black mist floating quietly. Within these black mist, there was a faint red light, and there was a faint green light. It was like a huge black curtain, completely sealing off the sky. Sucking in a breath of cold air, Chiyu's heart sank to the bottom. When he had rescued the Emperor's Heart Snow Lotus King, he had felt that everything was easy, and even the Emperor's Heart Snow Lotus King was not guarded by any strong experts. However, everything in front of him made him feel that he was lucky completely disappear. He was still unable to use his invisibility skills, and even his instantaneous movement could only be used within the 1,000 opportunities and ever-changing 4 stars boundary technique. A low and gloomy voice rang out. "Welcome to the City of Hell." 2 figures slowly appeared. One was a 5-meter-tall black warrior, and the other was a black warrior. It was a ball of blue mist. Within the blue weapon, a humanoid figure gradually appeared, although it was only the upper body. But he could finally see his face. Unlike his aged voice, he looked like he was only in his 30s. His cold eyes exuded an awe-inspiring aura. There was an imprint of a pair of demonic wings on his forehead, and his long blue hair draped over his back. He held a bone staff in his hand, and it was unknown what kind of creature's bone it was made of. The bone staff was actually almost transparent red. There were 6 balls of dark red willow, the wisps revolving slowly around the tip of the bone staff. At the top of the bone staff was a strange sculpture. It seemed to be carved from bones, Chiyu discovered. The statuette looked familiar. He quickly remembered. Wasn't it the same as the statue he saw in the hall just now? However, the statue on the bone staff only had 3 pairs of wings on its back, and not the 4 pairs of wings on the statue just now. The black warrior next to the blue mist looked very calm. He was tall, and in his hand was a huge sword that was almost as tall as he was. There was a huge black crystal in front of his chest. 2 cold rays of light shot out from behind the helmet and stared at Chiyu. Chiyu clearly felt that his aura was completely locked on by this black warrior. That huge pressure and monstrous murderous aura had long blocked all his escape routes. He faintly felt that. His invisibility and instantaneous movement skills could not be used to a large extent because of the huge murderous aura that had locked onto his body. In the face of such a powerful lineup, Chiyu was not nervous. He smiled and said, "Hello, if my guess is right. You are the respected president of the Dark World. I didn't expect that I would be personally received by you. It is a great honor." The Dark World president glanced at Lung in Chiyu's arms and said indifferently, "Let go of the woman in your hands and hand over the Emperor Heart Snow Lotus King, and I can consider letting you die a quick death." Chiyu curled his lips and said, Do you think I'm scared? If you want it, then rely on your own ability. As long as you defeat me, you can do whatever you want with me. I'm afraid you don't have that ability. Dark World President, how about we make a bet? The Dark World President coldly snorted. What qualifications do you have to negotiate with me? As he said that, he raised the scepter in his hand. The surrounding black warriors and dark lich suddenly slowly closed in on Chiyu. An incomparably powerful dark aura oppressed Chiyu so much that his face couldn't help but change. Just as the Dark World President was about to order an attack, his eyes suddenly froze. He slowly put down the bone staff in his hand and looked at Chiyu. I'm suddenly very interested in your bet. I hope you can convince me. Chiyu secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Although he was extremely confident in his own strength, he did not have much confidence in bringing Lung Air out of the encirclement of so many dark race experts. Moreover, this was Hell City, a place that restricted his ability to use his power. If necessary, he could only fully display the 1,000 opportunities 100 changes and try to escape. Seeing that the Dark World President suddenly stopped and decided to listen to his bet, he knew that he had guessed correctly. Whether it was Lung Air or the Emperor Heart Snow Lotus King, both obviously had a very important role to the Dark Parliament. This gave him more bargaining chips. Very simple, Dark World President. I think you also don't want to see the Emperor Heart Snow Lotus King destroyed in my hands. Since I was able to make it here with my own strength, then you should be able to imagine that before you kill me, I will definitely be able to kill the Emperor Heart Snow Lotus King and Lung Air. At that time, even if you kill me, it will still be a great loss. The chairman of the Darkness Council coldly stared at Chiyu, but he slowly nodded his head and said, Not bad. I believe that you have the ability. In fact, his heart was almost bursting with anger. It was not until Chiyu entered the steeple that he discovered that there was an unprecedented intruder in his Hell City. Moreover, none of the Dark Lich and Dark Warriors guarding the Hell City had discovered his existence. It was only because of his spiritual force passing through the special energy field inside the steeple that Chiyu had nowhere to hide. The Dark Parliament had lost a lot of face. He absolutely could not allow Chiyu to leave so easily. Otherwise, where would the Dark Parliament put their face? If it wasn't for that pink gaze just now, he would have already attacked. But at this moment, he had no choice but to suppress the murderous intent in his heart and negotiate with Chiyu. Chiyu said, In that case, why don't we both give each other a chance? Lung Air and the Emperor Heart Snow Lotus King are my stakes. Let's gamble. If I win, you will let us go. If you win, not only will I allow you to do whatever you want with me, but I also guarantee that I will return the Emperor Heart Snow Lotus King and Lung Air to you. What do you think? The Dark Parliament said. Then how do you want to bet? Facing this bold young man, he couldn't help but be curious and admire him. After all, this was the first time he had seen a young man who dared to negotiate with him after knowing his identity as the Dark Parliament. In this kind of situation, even if the Pope came in person, he was confident that he could destroy him. Chiyu spoke with confidence and with a smile. It's very simple. Let's bet on our strength. 3 matches to determine the winner. You choose 3 people to fight with me, as long as I can win 2 matches. Even if I win the bet, otherwise, I lose the bet. However, you have to swear in the name of the Dark Parliament that you will not harm Lung Air during the course of the bet. Do you dare? The Dark Parliament really suspected that there was a problem with his ears. This young man's courage was really not ordinary. In this kind of situation, he actually proposed such a bet. In addition to being tired of living, he really couldn't think of any other explanation. You said 3 matches to determine the winner? Then do you have any other requirements? Chiyu shook his head and said, I have no other requirements. In each battle, I only need a rest for half an hour. As for who you send out, I don't care. I'm looking forward to fighting with you as the Dark Parliament. The chairman of the Darkness Council laughed. His sinister laughter made Chiyu feel extremely uncomfortable. Good. I haven't encountered such a challenge for a long time. Seeing that you can bring me a little joy in my endless life, I can consider leaving your corpse intact, just as you said. However, 3 matches to determine the winner. As long as you win all 3 matches, I will let you go. Also, I guarantee that the Dark Parliament will not pursue you for half a year. Since victory was already in his grasp, he might as well be generous, but this also increased the difficulty of Chi-Yu's victory. Chi-Yu smiled indifferently and said, "Good, then it's settled." What he was most afraid of now was the other side ganging up on him. Could he really destroy Lung Air and the Emperor Heart Snow Lotus King? That was certainly impossible. He had grasped the Dark Parliament's way of thinking that originated from the underworld. Everything was based on his own interests, so he proposed such a condition. It was difficult for the other side to find a reason to refuse. Chi-Yu loosened the big hand around Lung Air's waist. The two looked at each other. Lung Air smiled softly and said, "Everything depends on you. I believe you can do it. Let them see your strength." Chi-Yu nodded and said to Lung Air, "If I lose, you must not resist and do not try to save me. Your life is the most important. Find a chance to escape later." Lung Air's voice sounded in Chi-Yu's mind. "If you lose, you can use my life again. I think they won't easily make a move." Such a communication method couldn't help but startle Chi-Yu. At this time, he faintly felt that Lung Air was not an ordinary woman. The energy in her body was very mysterious, and he couldn't detect its strength, but he was sure that her strength was not too weak. However, at this time, he didn't have time to think too much. Sighing lightly, he said, "Silly girl, do you really think I will use your life in exchange for freedom? If that's the case, I'm not Chi-Yu. Don't worry, I will do my best. Everything will be decided by the heavens." After saying this, Chi-Yu floated out and came to the center of the field. Lung Air stood in the same place, looking at his tall and imposing body. A trace of confusion flashed in her eyes. Her pink eyes looked even more sparkling. "Aren't you afraid that I'll go back on my word?" The dark speaker looked coldly at Chi-Yu. Chi-Yu smiled indifferently and said, "That's why I said this is a gamble. I'm betting not only on my own strength, but also on how much you value your promise. If the dignified dark speaker goes back on his word in front of a bet, I'm afraid you won't be able to live for so many years. I'm afraid that you won't be able to live for that long either. You'll also forever stagnate, unable to pursue greater power. What is darkness? What is light? The way I see it, it's just a different manifestation of energy. Must darkness be evil? Must light be righteous? I don't think that's necessarily the case. Therefore, I choose to trust your promise." The dark speaker's eyes revealed a trace of surprise. "No matter where you come from, young man, I'm already starting to like you." Chi-Yu smiled freely and said, "Don't. I'm not for the back mountain. Let's cut the crap and come." Standing with his hands clasped behind his back, Chi-Yu slowly closed his eyes. At this moment, the aura he emitted was completely different from before. Standing there, Chi-Yu's body gave off the feeling of a towering mountain. No matter how great the pressure before him was, he remained calm and composed. His black eyes flickered with an intense desire to fight. The dark speaker lightly waved the scepter in his hand. "Knowles, fight." A black mist floated out from the Dark Parliament's experts and stopped 10 meters away from Chi-Yu. Under the dark speaker's signal, the others slowly retreated, leaving a large space for the two of them. Chi-Yu calmly looked at the dark lich in front of him. This was the first time he had fought against a lich, and the strong confidence in him didn't cause him to feel nervous at all. Circulating the thundercloud force in his body, he pushed away the surrounding dark energy, and his black eyes began to emit a silver light. "Kid, since you rushed to the city of hell to challenge the Dark Parliament's dignity, then let me, Knowles, send you to hell." The black mist parted to the sides, revealing half of a body. He was wearing a black robe, and his face was pale and emaciated. He held a black cane in his hand, and his voice was very ear-piercing. His yellow eyes, which were sunken deep into his eye sockets, revealed a cruel light. Revealing a disdainful smile, Chi-Yu walked towards Knowles step by step. His movements weren't fast, just like a normal person walking, but the powerful pressure coming from his body caused Knowles to be startled. Although this dark lich called Knowles wasn't as strong as the dark speaker and the other Dark Parliament members, he was still considered a strong dark lich. Under the pressure of Chi-Yu, he suddenly felt a trace of unease. The black mist once again covered his body, and the mist instantly spread out like a countless number of hands, wrapping around Chi-Yu's body. Chapter 195. Looking at the black mist in front of him, Chi-Yu's silver eyes seemed to be able to pierce through the mist. Even with the barrier of the mist, Knowles couldn't help but be stunned when he saw the silver light in his eyes. His spirit was shaken to a certain degree. At this time, silk-like silver light floated out from Chi-Yu's body. Like a silver thread, it didn't block Knowles' attack. Instead, it floated towards the surrounding space. The black mist quickly reached Chi-Yu. The corrosive and negative energy made him feel a strong sense of annoyance. A fiery red light suddenly lit up, and a crimson armor suddenly appeared on Chi-Yu's body. The ruby-like light suddenly lit up the space around him. A diamond-shaped red scale appeared on his forehead, and the fire energy instantly rose to its peak. The surrounding temperature suddenly rose uncontrollably. The moment the black mist came into contact with the scorching hot air, it let out a shrill scream. As soon as it came into contact, it immediately retreated. The originally tall Chi-Yu instantly enveloped Kirin. That fiery red armor made him look like a god of fire. Standing there, his entire body was filled with a fiery passion. Not only did the Dark Assembly members in front of him have a look of surprise, even the Dark Speaker couldn't help but be startled. Lung Air looked at Chi-Yu's back and the crimson armor, and her beautiful eyes flashed with a strange light. Knowles didn't think that his probing attack would be met with such a strong resistance from the scorching hot air. He suddenly realized that this was no ordinary flame. However, as soon as it came into contact with him, the mist that he had condensed countless strands of sinister, dark energy actually burned away. It should be known that the black mist around the Lich's body is the life energy of the Dark Lich. The stronger the black mist is, the stronger they are. On the other hand, if the black mist is destroyed, it will be a huge blow to us. As Knowles retracted his energy in a panic, the silver energy that Chi-Yu released earlier had already enveloped the two of them like a large net. Under the gaze of the Dark Assembly, the black mist around Knowles' body melted like snow, revealing his skinny body covered in a black robe. Chi-Yu clasped his hands together, and his injured bones let out a series of cracking sounds. There was an evil glint in his eyes. In a flash, he appeared in front of Knowles. Knowles' arrogance from before was completely gone. The sudden disappearance of his energy shocked the Lich. Seeing that Chi-Yu was about to pounce on him, he could only hurriedly release a wave of spiritual energy to try and stop him. However, he was facing Ink Kirin, whose spiritual energy was based on the power of nature. Before Chi-Yu could attack, Knowles already let out a scream of pain. Under the feedback of Chi-Yu's spiritual energy, he hugged his head with both hands, and his skinny body trembled. With a flash of cold light, Chi-Yu mercilessly struck out with his right palm. His palm landed on the top of Knowles' head. The deep, dark red flames engulfed the skinny body in an instant. When the flames were extinguished, not a single trace of Knowles was left. Under the high temperature of Kirin's true fire, he had been completely purified. Silence, absolute silence. Not to mention the members of the Dark Council. Even Chi-Yu himself had not expected the outcome of the battle to be like this. He had almost wasted no energy, and he had easily taken care of a Dark Lich. This was something he did not expect. However, in this short battle with Knowles, he was pleasantly surprised to find that to a certain extent, he seemed to have a certain restraining effect on those with dark energy, and the source of this restraining effect was Kirin's true fire. Through the battle, Chi-Yu discovered a new characteristic of Kirin Red, and that was its ability to destroy evil. When he summoned Kirin Red, he could clearly feel that the dark energy around him could no longer affect him. That was why he boldly allowed Knowles' black fog to invade his body. Indeed, the black fog had no effect on Kirin Red, and Kirin's true fire seemed to be the Dark Lich's nemesis. In a short battle just now, he used his silver dragon shield to restrain his opponent's energy and then used Kirin's true fire to attack, and he easily ended the battle. Chi-Yu vaguely understood that his Kirin's true fire was probably similar to the Vatican's holy power. The Vatican's holy power was a highly condensed form of fire energy with a holy aura. In terms of fire energy, although his Kirin's true fire might not be stronger than the holy power, it was definitely not weak either. With this understanding of Kirin's true fire, Chiyu immediately felt reassured. He retracted his silver dragon shield and said calmly, "Next." Only in battle could he better understand his own abilities. Every time he fought, Chiyu would have a deeper understanding. As his energy continued to increase, the effect of the silver dragon shield also became more and more tyrannical. Unless the opponent's energy was far beyond the silver dragon shield's range. As long as the opponent was within the silver dragon shield's range, then all energy attacks would immediately lose their effect. This was also the reason why the black fog around Noel's body disappeared. The chairman of the Darkness Council revealed a solemn glint in his eyes. He clearly did not expect Chiyu to be so difficult to deal with, especially that dark red flame. It seemed as though Chiyu did not even have the chance to resist. He knew that today's battle would not be as easy as he had imagined. What he was most worried about was not the Kirin's true fire, but the silver dragon shield. He watched as the silver dragon shield instantly caused Noel's energy to disappear. One must know that the Dark Lich itself was a powerful energy body. It could no longer be proven with a physical body, especially a powerful Dark Lich. Therefore, looking at the effect of the silver dragon shield, the Dark Speaker made a decision in his heart. This kind of domain that could threaten him must not exist in this world. His eyes flashed, and he gave the tall figure beside him a look. The Dark Warrior Emperor strode towards Chiyu step by step. He was 5 meters tall. His entire body was covered in heavy armor, and he had a super heavy sword that was almost as tall as him. The invisible pressure suddenly became much stronger than the previous Noel's. If the Dark Lich's pressure was invisible, then the Dark Valiant Emperor's pressure was real. With his body and the super heavy sword, the pressure was real. Just the range of the attack alone was already extremely terrifying. At this time, Chiyu also understood why the Dark Parliament's main force was the Dark Warriors and the Dark Lich. Of these two dark creatures, one was a powerful physical attack, while the other was a powerful energy attack. Only by cooperating with each other could they display the strongest combat power. Facing the strongest of the Dark Warriors, he did not dare to be careless. His eyes stared at the Dark Warrior Emperor, and the energy in his body was raised to its peak state. He directly entered the first stage of origin mutation. Kirin Red suddenly expanded under the effect of the Kirin armor. However, because Chiyu had first used the Qilin Scarlet, it was impossible to see the changes in his body from the outside, concealing the effects of his energy usage. The Kirin True Fire was completely contained. With his rich combat experience, he would not waste any energy on showing off. Kirin Red not only had an extremely strong defense, at the same time, it could also increase the effect of the Thundercloud Force by more than 30%. Coupled with its ability to destroy evil, it was definitely the best choice for Chiyu at this time. The 4 types of Thundercloud Force in his body, including the energy of Kirin origin, were gradually transformed into the Thundercloud Force under the effect of a natural source. At this time, he was like a fire Kirin. Back in the ancient Behemoth era, Chiyu had received guidance from Inkfire. In terms of the application of the Thundercloud Force, he was definitely not inferior to the Fire Kirin. The Dark Warrior Emperor dragged the heavy sword with its right hand, leaving a deep mark on the ground. With every step it took, the ground trembled. The energy aura emitted from behind the helmet told Chiyu that its attack was about to begin. Just like Chiyu, before the attack, its body did not release any energy aura, so Chiyu could not see through it. Roar! A low roar that was clearly not a human's could be heard. The next moment, the Dark Warrior Emperor in front of Chiyu disappeared, and the destructive heavy sword reached Chiyu's head in an instant. It was a perfect combination of speed and power. No one would have imagined that the 5-meter-tall Dark Valiant Emperor could be so fast if they hadn't seen it for themselves. There was no chance to dodge. When the Dark Warrior Emperor's heavy sword arrived above his head, the only thing Chiyu could do was to raise his left arm to meet it. Black and silver light instantly condensed outside the Kirin mirror, and at the same time, the surging fire thundercloud force on the Kirin mirror forcibly crossed over Chi-Yu's head. The half-meter diameter Kirin mirror let out a shrill cry, and sparks burst from the friction. There was a loud bang under Chi-Yu's feet, and the whole ground collapsed in an instant. With his position as the center, a 10-meter radius exploded at the same time. Chi-Yu's body was completely blasted into the ground by the extremely violent attack of the Dark Warrior Emperor. The surging energy forced the surrounding experts of the Covenant of Darkness to retreat a little further. The huge body of the Dark Warrior Emperor stood next to the deep pit, holding the huge sword with both hands. The blade was completely cut into the pit. At this moment, almost all of the experts of the Covenant of Darkness thought that the battle was over. They were very clear about the tyrannical attack power of the Dark Warrior Emperor. The heavy sword, which weighed a ton and was made of special materials, contained a huge amount of dark energy. It was one of the strongest magic treasures of the Covenant of Darkness. Perhaps no one would be able to withstand a slash from the Dark Warrior Emperor's infernal sword. At least, this was what they knew. The gaze of the Dark Warrior Emperor clearly became sharp, and the brown light was fixed on the pit. He wasn't as relaxed as the experts of the Covenant of Darkness, because he knew that the battle wasn't over yet. That's right, it wasn't over yet. Just as the experts of the Covenant of Darkness began to relax, surging flames soared into the sky from the deep pit in the ground. A huge phantom appeared out of nowhere. It was a Qilin, a scarlet Qilin. Although the members of the Stygian Parliament couldn't possibly recognize this ancient mythological beast, the Fire Qilin's silhouette still gave them a sense of fear. As the Fire Qilin's silhouette appeared in the air, the dark valiant Emperor's huge sword was lifted bit by bit. Chi-Yu's figure gradually emerged from the huge pit. Kirin's red eyes shone with a blazing light. At the same time, he held the Kirin mirror with both hands and used his strength to lift the Dark Warrior Emperor's infernal sword bit by bit. Chi-Yu's eyes flickered with a dazzling silver light. His body also seemed to expand a little, reaching a height of nearly 3 meters. Although his burly figure was far from the size of the Dark Warrior Emperor, at this moment, it was obvious that he was on par with the Dark Warrior Emperor. The gaze of the Dark Warrior Emperor gradually became ferocious, but his body that was full of strength still couldn't stop Chi-Yu from gradually straightening his body from the pit. Suddenly, the huge pressure on Chi-Yu disappeared, and so did the body of the Dark Warrior Emperor. The Kirin mirror in Chi-Yu's hands had already been raised because he used too much strength. At this moment, a black lightning in the sky, driven by the huge body of the Dark Warrior Emperor, slashed towards him again. It turned out that when the Dark Warrior Emperor saw that he couldn't suppress Chi-Yu, he suddenly jumped up and swung the infernal sword at Chi-Yu again. This time, Chi-Yu seemed to be in an even more dangerous situation. The attack of the Dark Warrior Emperor was too strong. With gravity and the tyrannical power of the infernal sword, coupled with the huge strength of the Dark Warrior Emperor, this sword was much heavier than the previous one. The experts of the Covenant of Darkness, including the chairman of the Covenant of Darkness, all had bloodthirsty eyes. They were all waiting to see how Chi-Yu's body would turn into minced meat under the attack of the Dark Warrior Emperor. The results seemed to be decided. Only Lung Er, who was hiding in a corner, looked at Chi-Yu and said, "Is this really all your strength is?" Chi-Yu smiled slightly, and a strong cold light flashed in his eyes. Was he really so easy to defeat? If that was the case, then he wouldn't be the king of the Zodiac. Because of the sudden loss of pressure, the Kirin mirror, which he had been holding up with both hands, suddenly lifted up. He used too much force and used it in the air. For an ordinary person, this would definitely cause some damage, but for the experienced Chi-Yu, this kind of situation would not occur. Using the Kirin mirror, he borrowed the force in the shortest time possible and somersaulted backwards, completely neutralizing the force of the lift. If the Dark Warrior Emperor's first sword was said to have given Chi-Yu a great surprise, the second sword would not have the same effect. He already knew that Chi-Yu was extremely fast and had used his psychic power to lock onto his body. How could Chi-Yu let the same thing happen to him again? Therefore, when the Dark Warrior Emperor's second sword was about to hit him, Chi-Yu's body had already taken advantage of the momentum of the somersault and jumped out in the space of a 10,000th of a second. His speed was so fast that he even left a shadow in the air. With a loud bang, the Dark Warrior Emperor left a deep ravine in the ground. As expected of the king of the Dark Warrior Emperor, when the infernal sword landed on the ground, he had already noticed that Chi-Yu had disappeared, so he retracted most of his strength. Chi-Yu moved, and the Kirin mirror in his hand had already disappeared. The sword just now seemed to be fine, but the Kirin mirror had suffered a lot of damage. After all, it had been hit directly by the infernal sword. At this moment, Chi-Yu's left arm was completely numb. If it wasn't for his Qilin arm's tyrannical strength, it would have been very difficult for him to maintain the Qilin mirror to block the demon sword of Hell's attack. The numbness in his left arm did not really affect Chi-Yu's attack power. His body had already floated up, and he was using the Kirin mirror. Like a dream, he had already arrived at the side of the Dark Warrior Emperor. Instead of slashing fiercely, the Kirin mirror turned into a 5-meter-long spear that turned into specks of light and shadow, stabbing at various parts of the Dark Warrior Emperor's body. Under the effect of the fire cloud power, every thrust of the spear would cause the air to distort and fire shadows to burst forth. Flames burst out, completely enveloping the Dark Warrior Emperor's body. Because the Dark Warrior Emperor had retracted most of his strength in time, his reaction was not slow. When Chi-Yu's sword had just arrived, he had already used the impact of the sword strike to turn his body sideways. Chi-Yu had locked onto his aura, and similarly, the Dark Warrior Emperor had locked onto Chi-Yu's aura. This battle was destined to be a battle of speed and strength. Not only was the Dark Warrior Emperor fast, but his attacks were also not as crude as they seemed. The exquisite sword light and the huge blade instantly sealed off all of Chi-Yu's attack angles. For a moment, deafening clanging sounds could be heard. Both sides did not know how many times they had exchanged blows. Chi-Yu's body twisted and turned in the air as he flew away. He did not give the Dark Warrior Emperor a chance to display his strength and physical advantage. The fleeting Qilin roaming allowed his movements to become extremely light. Although the Black Samurai was also extremely fast, he still had a huge body and could not be more nimble than Chi-Yu. Under the constant barrage of attacks, the advantage he had at the beginning gradually disappeared. Chi-Yu continued to attack, using the Thundercloud Force to test the Dark Warrior Emperor's energy, and at the same time, he looked for his opponent's weakness. As the battle space gradually lengthened, more and more, he felt that the opponent in front of him was not a living creature, but a fortress. He did not know what the armor on the Dark Warrior Emperor's huge body was made of. Even Kirin Mirror could not break through it. Relying on his speed and agility, Chi-Yu had already struck the Dark Valiant Emperor's body more than once. However, the Qilin illusion could only leave a faint white mark on his armor. The Dark Warrior Emperor's reaction was very fast, not giving Chi-Yu a chance to really exert his strength. The two of them occasionally clashed a few times. The Dark Warrior Emperor's energy was full of explosive power, and every time they collided, it would bring a great shock to Chi-Yu. Obviously, he had not used his full strength yet. It had been a long time since he had encountered such a powerful opponent. The battle with Yamu was a contest of their comprehensive strength, but the Dark Warrior Emperor in front of him was a completely different concept. He did not have any comprehensive strength at all. His strong defense could completely block most energy attacks, and physical attacks were his strongest means. How could it be easy to win against his speed and strength? At the same time, what gave Chi-Yu a headache was that the biggest difference between the Dark Warrior Emperor and the ordinary Dark Warrior Emperor was that he could also fly. Therefore, his flying advantage was no longer an advantage. The Dark Warrior Emperor's combat skills were not inferior to his. There were all kinds of strange moves, and there were a few times when he almost cut himself with the Infernal Demon Sword. His movements were very simple and fast, but it was also very effective. After a short observation, Chi-Yu knew that it would not be good for him to continue wasting his energy like this. This was only the second round. If he defeated the Dark Warrior Emperor, he did not know who his opponent would be. He could not wait any longer. Since the Dark Warrior Emperor did not want to use his full strength. He would force him to use it. Thinking of this, Chi-Yu stopped attacking. Instead, he controlled his body to move quickly. The thundercloud force in his body also increased at this time. Finally, he began the second stage of Kirin's origin mutation. A pair of black wings broke out from his back. Kirin Red was indeed worthy of being one of Kirin's octahedron. The black wings were actually covered with a layer of red light. Suddenly, Chi-Yu's aura had a qualitative leap. Whether it was speed or strength, at this moment, they were raised to the extreme. In a loud bang, he clashed with the Dark Warrior Emperor. Both of their bodies flew back at the same time, floating about 20 meters above the ground and looking at each other. When Lung Er saw the wings on Chi-Yu's back, she could not help but let out a soft cry, and the strange light in her eyes became even brighter. On the other hand, the President of Darkness revealed a trace of solemnity. He faintly felt that this Easterner who had sneaked into the Dark Parliament's headquarters was not simple. The black shadow of Ink Kirin appeared behind Chi-Yu out of thin air. Kirin's horn was raised high, and Chi-Yu's rapidly expanding right arm was now covered in circles of silver lines. A terrifying aura was constantly emitting. Kirin had already transformed into a long blade in his hand. This was the scene that Chi-Yu had seen on TV. The green dragon crescent blade used by warrior Saint Guanyu. With the blade in front of him, after the double mutation, he was no longer inferior to the Dark Warrior Emperor in terms of strength. A huge amount of power continued to condense in the blade, and the circles of silver light made his right arm look more and more obvious. The tyrannical energy constantly rotated around his body, and the aura in his body became more and more tyrannical. Looking at the Dark Warrior Emperor, he used both hands to hold the hilt of the long blade, and the layers of flame-like red light continued to rise. The Dark Warrior Emperor did not rely on speed to attack Chi-Yu again. His speed had been seen through by Chi-Yu, and the same attack would not have the same effect as the first time. Holding the infernal demon sword with both hands, the Dark Warrior Emperor's eyes gradually turned from brown to red, and a low roar sounded like thunder. The armor on his body was constantly humming, and the energy in his body was in the process of rapidly increasing. A huge amount of energy, a tyrannical aura, the Dark Warrior Emperor's real attack had begun. Chapter 196. One side of the sword was carved with mountains and rivers, while the other side was carved with the sun, moon, and stars. The buzzing sound came from the sword. At this moment, the sword was Chi-Yu, and Chi-Yu was the sword. The Xianyuan godly sword. The experts of the Dark Parliament who were watching the battle were filled with respect. In their hearts, the dreadful Demon King was a supreme existence. Only the President of the Dark Parliament had a smug look in his eyes as he looked at the black orb in front of him. He knew that this was the devouring domain of the dreadful Demon King. As long as one was trapped in this domain, not only would one's energy be devoured, even one's blood essence and soul would become food for Matavikia. This would provide Matavikia with even more power. The Dark Warrior Emperor used his own body as a foundation to attract the dreadful Demon King from hell to possess him. This was similar to how the Church could use a special method to summon the Archangel. In terms of power, the three dreadful Demon Kings were even stronger than the Archangel. However, there were only three of them. Once they were summoned, they could only summon one dreadful Demon King in the future. The amount of energy required to summon was undoubtedly enormous. At the same time, it was also extremely taxing on one's body. At the same time, the duration of the summoning was also limited. This was a disadvantage that both the Dark Parliament and the Church had. However, the dreadful Demon Kings were undoubtedly extremely powerful existences. The dreadful Demon King Matavikia that the Dark Warrior Emperor had summoned was one of them. The President of the Dark Parliament also had the ability to summon. He could summon the dreadful Demon King Atmars. The other dreadful Demon King, Mario, could be summoned by another elder of the Dark Parliament. It was because of these three dreadful Demon Kings that the Dark Parliament was able to fight against the Church. The Church had always been able to suppress the Dark Parliament mainly because they had fewer restrictions during the summoning process. They could be summoned under any conditions, but the Dark Parliament could not. Because of the dreadful Demon King's strength and greed, they had to pay a huge price every time they summoned. At the same time, the summoning was also limited to the night. Moreover, the conditions required to summon were extremely strict. That was why they could not fight against the church. In this Hell City, summoning was the only place that was not restricted. Although the consumption was equally huge, it could be summoned instantaneously. It was unknown whether Chi Yu was lucky or unlucky. He had actually triggered the Dark Valiant Emperor to summon the great demon king Matavikia, which was even scarier than the archangels. Black light, Matavikia's devour domain. This time, even the Dark Chairman and Lung Air believed that Chi Yu was finished. Although Chi Yu had displayed his strength, he was still up against one of the three Dreadlords, the Dreadlord. In the minds of these dark creatures, no human was on the same level as the Dreadlord. As long as it wasn't an archangel, there was no way anyone could pose a threat to the Dreadlord. Unfortunately, their knowledge was limited to the west. The black ball of light floating in the air gradually began to tremble. Every time it trembled, it would emit a slight buzzing sound. Suddenly, a mournful roar shook the entire city of hell. The Dark Parliament's eyes widened. He was shocked to discover that the mournful roar belonged to the Dread Lord, Matavikia. Following that, a golden light shot out from the black ball of light, aimed at the purple sun in the sky. Under its sharpness, even the purple sun could not help but tremble. A huge golden figure emerged from the black ball of light. The black ball of light had already turned into a mist and disappeared. Chi Yu's figure appeared out of thin air. The flames around his body had already disappeared. Kirin's armor was dyed with golden light. That incomparably sharp aura, under the gaze of his eyes that were filled with divine light, was aimed at the Dreadlord not far away. Matavikia looked at Chi Yu in a daze. His dark purple skin had many small wounds, and purple blood flowed from them. He roared angrily, "No, this can't be real. Impossible. How could my devoured domain be destroyed?" Chi Yu looked at him coldly. "In this world, nothing is impossible. I don't care if you are a demon king or not. I've seen many strong experts. You're just an ordinary one." He was not boasting. Compared to the bull demon king, the Dreadlord Matavikia in front of him was much weaker. Matavikia's purple eyes were filled with intense hatred. He looked at Chi Yu, and his aura rose higher and higher. A dark purple ball of light had already appeared in front of his chest. The distorted energy aura brought with it bolts of lightning as it revolved around his body. The Dark Parliament shouted, "Are you crazy? Do you want to destroy this place?" The Dreadlord Matavikia roared, "I don't need you to teach me what to do." The huge amount of energy became stronger and stronger, and the terrifying energy enveloped Chi Yu's body. Chi Yu did not move. He quietly looked at the Dreadlord Matavikia. The golden light on his body was becoming stronger and stronger. He smiled calmly and stretched out his right hand. The Xianyuan sword appeared. In that instant, everything in the Hell City seemed to lose its color under the light of the Xianyuan sword. The purple sun in the sky seemed to have lost its luster as well. It emitted a faint divine light. Chi Yu's eyes looked a little lost and a little pitiful. The aura released by the Xianyuan sword caused all the dark energy to not dare to approach his body. It was sharp. That incomparable sharpness came from the sword. At the same time, it was also coming from him. The sword and the man had long since become one. Yes, at this moment, Chi Yu had completely comprehended the true meaning of the first sword of the Xianyuan 8 swords, the unity of man and nature. The man and the sword were inseparable. The man was the sword, and the sword was the man. His gaze had already become blurry, but his aura had become even more powerful. He had finally broken through the bottleneck, and he finally had the ability to use this sword independently. Yes, the king of Kirin had entered the realm of the 7th cloud. Under the pressure of the dread Lord Matavikia, under the tearing pain of the devouring domain, the bottleneck that had troubled Chi Yu for a long time suddenly broke through without any warning. After entering the 7th cloud, he was no longer an ordinary Kirin. He had entered the process of Kieran's great accomplishment. The Kieran after the seventh cloud was the real Kieran. Not only did his strength double in an instant, but at the same time, it was also the complete integration of Kieran's bloodline. The President of Darkness shouted angrily and raised the scepter in his hand. He raised the scepter in his hand. At the same time, a cloud of dark green mist rose to his side. An old face appeared from the dark green mist. Just like the Dark Chancellor, he also raised his own scepter. The purple sun in the sky shot down two beams of light at the same time, landing on their bodies. In the next moment, their bodies also changed rapidly. The mist around their bodies quickly condensed into a solid body, constantly expanding. At the same time, a terrifying aura appeared. The blue mist around the President of Darkness body turned into a red solid body. A huge figure that was 6.5 meters tall floated in the air, with 3 pairs of dark red wings flapping behind his back. The dark green mist turned into a green energy condensation. 3 pairs of dark green wings appeared on his back. Yes, the other 2 Dreadlord Matavikia had appeared. It was the President of Darkness, the Dreadlord Matavikia, and the Dreadlord Matavikia, the Dreadlord Matavikia. However, they did not appear to attack Chi-Yu. Instead, they summoned the Dreadlord Matavikia. The 2 of them had a tacit understanding and released their energy at the same time. It formed a gigantic red and green light barrier, completely enveloping the area of several hundred meters around Chi-Yu and the terrifying Demon King, Matawikia. Hell City was the work of the Dark Parliament for countless years. They did not want to see it destroyed in such a situation. The Dreadlord Matavikia and Chi-Yu did not care about what was happening outside. They looked at each other, only their opponents in their eyes. The Xianyuan sword, the Xianyuan godly sword, the Eastern super divine weapon. The Dreadlord Matavikia, one of the 3 Dreadlords. An expert from hell. What kind of terrifying situation would their collision create? No one knew, and no one could imagine it. The conversation between the 2 experts had already begun. Man and sword as one. Inseparable. The power of man and heaven as one was fully displayed after Chi-Yu entered the 7th cloud realm. The light of the sun, the moon, the stars, the mountains, and the rivers. The energy of Chi-Yu and the Xianyuan sword were constantly fused to the most appropriate degree. The incomparably sharp energy was directed at the Dreadlord Matavikia. The dark purple energy in front of Matavikia's chest had already turned black. At that time, it was like a black hole, surrounded by a circle of bright purple light. The terrifying energy and the constantly flapping wings. The expert from hell had unleashed his energy to the maximum. The Xianyuan sword as one with the heavens. Ignorant creatures of hell die. Chi-Yu had already forgotten about the bet. At that moment, there was only his enemy in his eyes. His body disappeared. In midair, the golden sword that suddenly expanded to 10 meters cut through the air. At that moment, there was only vacuum surrounding the sword. Matavikia also felt the unstoppable aura of the Xianyuan sword. However, he did not retreat. With a roar, he rushed towards the golden sword. The purple energy in front of his chest drew out a large amount of purple light from his body. The huge energy aura instantly exploded and was completely injected into the purple ball of light. They collided. The strongest offensive divine weapon from the east collided with the strongest attack from the west's underground world in midair. There was no violence, no change in energy. The golden sword flashed past the huge purple body with 6 wings. The transformed chairman of the Dark Parliament and the second representative of the Dark Parliament could clearly see that wherever the golden sword passed, the purple energy was instantly split into 2. The 2 have stopped around the sword. The silent point was the center point where Chi-Yu and Matavikia passed through each other. In the next moment, this point exploded. An energy storm. A huge energy storm surged out in a circular shape. It brought with it the terrifying energy of hell and the incomparably sharp aura of the Xianyuan sword. The purple sun lost its color. A huge amount of energy exploded. In an instant, it filled the barrier that the other 2 Dreadlords had released with all their strength. The red and green barrier burned brightly. If it was just the energy of Matavikia alone, with the two of them working together, they would naturally be able to easily block it. However, within Matavikia's energy, this huge energy storm also contained the sharpness of the Xianyuan sword. Cracks gradually appeared under the release of the energy storm. A single spark could start a prairie fire. In the next moment after the first crack appeared, cracks like a spider web had already covered the entire barrier. The faces of the red and green dreadlords changed at the same time. They were still unable to block that huge amount of energy, even with their full strength. Then, when the energy storm rushed out of the barrier, the entire Hell City would be destroyed. At this moment, a pink energy quietly penetrated the spire that belonged to the chairman of the Dark Parliament. In the next moment, a huge figure that was 10 meters tall quietly appeared in midair. His huge body was even completely covered by the purple sun's light. In a trance, the 8 wings on his back could be seen from below. Black energy scattered like the sky. All the cracks were glued together. The energy storm gradually disappeared under the effect of the 3 layers of barrier. The black figure with 8 wings quietly left, as if he had never appeared. The only ones who saw him were the red and green dreadlords. There was a hint of rejoicing in their eyes. The faint divine light gradually dimmed. The dreadlord Matavikia slowly turned around. At this moment, the 6 wings on his back had all changed. 2 of them had completely disappeared, and the remaining 4 wings were only half connected to his body. On his huge body, there was a horrifying hole on the side of his lower abdomen. A large amount of blue blood was continuously spurting out from it. The purplish-blue eyes that were filled with hatred and anger gradually dimmed. His body shrank and crashed to the ground. As a purple light peeled off, the huge figure gradually shrank. The Dark Warrior Emperor squatted on the ground, panting heavily. The infernal sword had become a crutch, and he was barely able to support himself. Black fog constantly spread over his body, but his injuries were not only external, but also internal. The sharp Xianyuan sword energy was still rampaging through his body. The injuries that his body had suffered had brought him infinitely closer to death. The heavy injuries that his body had sustained had brought him infinitely closer to death. The red and green figures landed beside the Dark Valiant Emperor. Fear Demon King Artemis released a black aura that enveloped the Dark Valiant Emperor. 2 points. A red light shot out from his eyes and pierced into the Dark Warrior Emperor's eyes. The Dark Warrior Emperor's body trembled violently. With the help of the great Demon King of Fear, Artemis, he barely managed to neutralize the attack. The sword chi in his body had finally saved his life. However, it would take more than a day or 2 for him to recover to his peak state. After all, Chi Yue had brought him the wound was too deep. Compared to the Dark Warrior Emperor, Chi Yu's situation was much better. He landed on the ground, holding Xuanyuan's divine sword with both hands and stabbing it into the ground in front of him. His body was almost completely leaning on Xianyuan. On the sword, a trickle of blood continuously flowed from the corner of his mouth. The armor on his body had already completely turned to dust, revealing his naked upper body. Countless tiny scars crisscrossed on his muscles. Fortunately, although the armor on his lower body was also broken, it still covered his important parts. His long black hair had already turned silvery white, and the silver light in his eyes had clearly dimmed. Completely. He had also paid a hefty price to defeat the great Demon King of Fear. His strong chest constantly rose and fell with his breathing. His silvery white eyes watched everything in front of him. The Kirin pattern on his body had already unknowingly appeared, but the radiance was obviously much dimmer. The light was obviously much dimmer. Only the Xianyuan sword was still shining, proudly showing that it still had an aura. I think I have also won the second round. So, which of the two of you will give me the last round? Looking at the great Demon King of Fear Artemis and the great Demon King of Fear Mario in front of him, Chi Yu did not have the slightest intention of retreating. He was very clear. These guys in front of him would not let him go. His last chance was to eliminate another Dreadlord. Only then would he be able to rely on the previous bet. He had survived the previous bet, But did he still have the ability to fight again? Without the power of the Xuanyuan's 8 swords, how could he defeat the Dreadlord? These were not things that Qi Yu considered. As long as there was a glimmer of opportunity, he would not give up. The Dark Chancellor's incarnation of the great demon king of fear, Artemis, looked at Qi Yu and nodded. No wonder. You can enter the domain of the city of hell. Your strength has far exceeded my imagination. You come from the east and have the divine power of the east. If you choose to surrender to us now, I can represent hell to forgive you. I will bestow upon you greater power. Qi Yu snorted. If I am in perfect condition, what do you think your chances of winning are? Giving me more power, isn't that just a pipe dream? The great demon king of fear, Artemis, looked coldly at Qi Yu. His blood-red eyes were filled with a bloodthirsty light. Yes, I am not enough to give you powerful magic. Our revered, great demon king of Satan can. He is the ultimate existence, the most powerful existence in the entire world. As long as you are willing to surrender, I think you will definitely get the attention of His Majesty Satan. Respect. With an indifferent smile, Qi Yu said, I come from the east, the beautiful and distant east. As a descendant of Yin and Huang, the blood of Yin and Huang flows in my body. Surrender? There is no such word in my dictionary. Come, there is still one last round of our bet. Either you kill me, or I get rid of you and leave here. Turning his head, looking at Lung Er, Qi Yu's cold silver eyes revealed a trace of gentleness. I'm sorry, Lung Er. I can no longer protect you. Although I don't know why they will capture you here. I will capture you and bring you here, but I know that you are not an ordinary person. Wait for your friends and clansmen to save you. I have already done everything I can, he said, but at the same time, he used the mind division technique to quietly transmit his voice to Lung Er. Lung Er's complexion changed slightly. Her pink eyes flowed with a strange luster. Her charming face and long pink hair, even at this time, still made Qi Yu feel a sense of fascination, an intoxicating feeling. Rest? You need a rest. Don't fight anymore. I don't want you to take risks for me. You have already proved everything. You are a brave warrior, my brave warrior. Don't continue. You need a rest. You really need to rest. Looking at Lung Er's pink eyes, Qi Yu suddenly realized that the fighting spirit in his heart was slowly melting. Lung Er's gaze was very gentle and charming. An indescribable feeling spread throughout his body. Qi Yu did not know what was wrong with him. However, his hand holding the Xuanyuan sword was no longer as firm as before. Fear Great Demon King Artemis and Terror Great Demon King Mario did not move. They only quietly looked at Qi Yu and Lung Er. An ice-cold little hand touched Qi Yu's face. Just as Qi Yu subconsciously wanted to stop it, a special energy pierced into his brain without warning. There was no pain, nor any feeling of discomfort. His mental energy was instantly cut off, and the special energy enveloped his body. In the next moment, Qi Yu had already let go of the Xuanyuan sword. His body slowly fell into Lung Er's embrace. His original appearance disappeared, and he returned to his original state. His silver-white hair became black again, and the corners of his mouth revealed a gentle smile. He had a warm smile on his face as he lay in Lung Er's embrace, looking like he had fallen asleep. Holding Qi Yu in her arms, Lung Er looked at him gently. She stretched out her small hand and caressed the Kirin tattoo on Qi Yu's chest. She said softly, Do you know? You are the first person who has moved my heart. Man, I never thought that humans could actually make my heart tremble. Don't worry, I will not allow anyone to hurt you. I'll make you my little sweetheart, infamy little lover. The dark, valiant emperor sat there cross-legged, still resisting the power of the Xuanyuan sword. Seeing Qi Yu fall into Lung Er's embrace, Artemis Mars and Mario slowly walked to Lung Er's side. If Qi Yu was still conscious, he would definitely be shocked to see the look in the eyes of these two dreadlords. It was actually a look of respect. The two huge figures bowed to Lung Er at the same time. Lung Er snorted indifferently. You guys are quite capable, huh? You allowed a human like me to invade Hell City without noticing. You even needed me to release the news before you could rush over. Looks like you guys have been too relaxed. Both Artemis Mars and Mario's eyes revealed a trace of panic. Artemis Mars hurriedly said, "Miss, don't be angry. The Dark Lord is too lax. No one has ever been able to break into Hell City before. I'll definitely teach him a lesson later to help you vent your anger." Lumiere suddenly laughed and shook her head. "There's no need to vent your anger. If not for their negligence, I wouldn't have been able to see this human. Pick up his sword. It's an extremely special sword. Its power is even greater than my father's Demon King's sword. Its power is even above my father's Demon King's sword. I'm afraid this kind of divine sword is unique in the East." Artemis Mars's eyes revealed a hint of passion as he reached out to grab the Xianyuan divine sword that was stabbed into the ground. A golden light flashed, and Artemis Mars let out a low roar as he subconsciously took 2 steps back. A wound had already appeared on his palm, from which dark red blood flowed down. The Xianyuan sword was still stabbed into the ground, exuding an arrogant aura. With a flash of light, the golden sword body had already floated up, transforming into a deep golden light in the air. In the blink of an eye, it was already in the blink of an eye, it had already sunk into Chiyu's forehead. Mario exclaimed in surprise, "Master recognition." Lumiere lowered her head to look at Chiyu, who was in her embrace, and allowed him to rest on her ample bosom. She smiled and said, "Little lover, just how many more surprises can you bring me?" Artemis Mars asked tentatively, "Miss, how should we deal with this brat? Should we get rid of him?" Even Matavikia was no match for him. If he were to be left alive, if we keep him alive, he might become a huge threat to us in the future. Lumiere said indifferently, "Do you think that it's just Matavikia? From him, I can see the light of a strong expert. That's not something you can contend against. One-on-one, even if there's someone who can defeat him in the infernal realm. There are only a few people who can." Artemis Mars was somewhat unconvinced. "Miss, I feel that the reason why this brat is so powerful is mainly because of the power of his sword. Otherwise, Matavikia wouldn't have been so easily injured. Lumiere looked at Artemis with a puzzled look. This famous great demon king of the infernal realm actually subconsciously took a step back, hurriedly lowering his head, not daring to meet Lumiere's gaze. "Artemis, you have an extremely high status in the infernal realm, yet you still don't understand? No matter how powerful a weapon is, it still needs someone to use it. After the divine weapon recognizes its master, it itself is a part of its body. Without enough energy, do you think it can display the true power of a divine weapon? Don't let me hear you say such idiotic words in the future." Just now, when he was talking to me, he used spiritual waves to secretly tell me that he was about to use an extremely powerful attack. At that time, not only would he be able to heavily injure you, but he would also be able to break through the space here and use his last bit of energy to bring me away. He told me to leave as soon as he fainted and not care about him. Artemis' expression changed. "No, that's impossible. Miss, you saw it too. Although he defeated Matavikia just now, he used up at least 70% of his strength. Under such circumstances, how could he injure me and Mario again?" Lumiere's puzzled gaze suddenly became much colder. "He's right. In this world, nothing is impossible. Do you think you can defeat Matavikia before you fight him?" I can feel that what he said was not empty words. It could very well be the truth. If I'm not wrong, he must have a special ability that can raise his strength to the limit at the last moment, and then explode with great power, just like the heavenly demon disintegration that our royal family can use. Artemis sucked in a breath of cold air. "Miss, if that's the case, then let's quickly destroy him. If this Easterner becomes stronger in the future, I'm afraid it will have a huge impact on our grand plan." Lumiere's eyes revealed a strange look. If I didn't see him and didn't communicate with him before, I would have destroyed him. But now it's different. As long as he's human, he will have a weakness. Since that's the case, we should grasp his weakness. Instead of killing him, why not use it properly? If we succeed, it will be of great help to our grand plan. Mario hesitated. "Miss, is that possible?" "Artemis tried it just now. This Easterner is very stubborn." Lumiere said coldly. I said, as long as he's human, he will have a weakness. And I've already found this Easterner's weakness. You don't have to worry about this matter. I will personally take care of it. I will make him even more useful. Yes, Mississippi Mario and Artemis said respectfully at the same time. Lung Air hugged Chiyu, and with a flash of pink light, she disappeared into thin air. In her beautiful pink eyes, there was a sparkle of wisdom, as if she had decided on something. England, London. Klinsmann sat at the head of the hall with a solemn face, looked at a vampire viscount below, and said in a deep voice, "Is what you said true?" The vampire viscount said respectfully, "Yes, your highness. Our people did find many priests coming out of St. Paul's Cathedral, and they are heading in our direction." Klinsmann's face changed and said, "How many people are there in total? What level are they?" The vampire Redguard viscount said, "Not many, about 30 people. They are all wearing black priest uniforms, and their heads are covered by cloaks. We can't detect their abilities from their aura, but I'm sure that these people's goal is here. They are in a large carriage, and they are constantly approaching. Your Highness, should we make the first move and gain the upper hand?" Klinsmann's eyes revealed a light of thought, and he thought to himself, St. Paul's Cathedral has not been looking for the whereabouts of Dracula Castle for a long time, and they only have a rough idea of its location. But the situation of the castle is special, and St. Paul's Cathedral alone is not enough to make them worry. Those guys from St. Paul's Cathedral are not fools, and they should know very well what will happen if they attack me rashly. Why would they suddenly come? Since they dare to come looking for me, I'm afraid they are already prepared. It's better to be careful. Chapter 197. The black touring car looked very steady. Accompanied by the low roar of the engine, they finally arrived at their destination. The car stopped on the bumpy road. It was no longer possible to drive further in. The car door opened, and a group of more than 30 people got out in a single file and gathered in front of the car. Each of them wore a cloak on their head, concealing their appearance. A faintly discernible holy aura was emitted from the bodies of more than 20 people. Only the 5 people in the lead looked like ordinary people, and there were no energy waves emitted from their bodies. The person in the lead said in a low voice, "Is this the place?" "Yes, this is the place. According to the information we have, the Dracula family's ancient castle should be nearby. All these years, if not for the fear that the Darkness Parliament would take advantage of the chaos to attack our churches and other places, we would have launched a large-scale attack long ago. This time, the Emperor has made up his mind to eliminate the Dracula family from London. All right, then let's start now." As he spoke, the person in the lead walked forward alone. At this moment, a delicate voice rang out. "Your Excellency, please don't forget our true purpose this time." It was a petite person who was also shrouded in a cloak. From her voice and figure, it could be seen that she was a young woman. The person in the lead paused for a moment and said, "I am very clear about the Pope's order. There is no need for Miss to remind us. We will do our best to do everything that we should do." "I hope so." The petite woman retreated back into the crowd. With her average figure, it was very difficult for her to attract attention. The 5 cloaked people, who looked like ordinary people earlier, slowly walked toward the open space in front of them. Among them was the person in the lead who was addressed as the bishop. The 5 of them stood there, and the distance between them was exactly the same, as if they had been measured with a ruler. A faint divine light flashed, and a holy aura surged out. In just an instant, the energy on their bodies underwent a qualitative change. The other cloaked people reacted quickly and immediately surrounded the 5 people. Every 5 people surrounded one cloaked person, so there were exactly 30 of them. Only the woman who spoke earlier stood far away, as if she was waiting to watch a good show. The holy light formed a milky white flame, and with the 5 leaders as the center, a huge amount of energy began to rotate and rise, condensing in the air. As the holy aura became stronger and stronger, the air began to change. Even the sunlight seemed a lot dimmer in front of this milky white light. Light and shadow flickered, and a deep Sanskrit chant gradually sounded. One could vaguely hear the profound meaning of the Holy Bible. "Brother, what happened?" Su Qing was drawn to the hall by the violent tremors of the castle. She saw Klinsmann standing there with a serious look on his face. His eyes shone with a bloodthirsty light, and he seemed to be furious. Below Klinsmann stood more than 100 masters of the Dracula family, including 6 Grand Duke vampires, 11 marquises, and dozens of earls and viscounts. It could be said that all the power of the Dracula family was gathered here. Hearing Su Qing's voice, Klinsmann's expression softened a little. He turned his head to look at her and Ming Ming, and said in a deep voice, "I'm afraid we're in big trouble." The people of the Holy Church suddenly attacked the castle for some reason. Su Qing frowned and said, "Didn't they also look for our castle in the past? Which time didn't they return in failure? Brother, you don't have to worry too much." A faint trace of helplessness appeared on Klinsmann's handsome face. "Christy, it's different this time. Do you feel it too? Our entire castle is shaking. I don't know if the Supreme Pope has gone crazy. If I'm not wrong, there are actually 5 red-robed archbishops outside. That's the full power of the Holy Church." Ming Ming was shocked. "Mr. Klinsmann, didn't you say that the Holy Church has a total of 4 red-robed archbishops? How did it become 5? Klinsmann shook his head and said, "I don't know either. What I mean is that there are 5 powerhouses equivalent to the red-robed archbishops outside. Although the Supreme Pope didn't come in person, most of the Holy Church's power has already been gathered outside. It seems that they are determined to destroy the Dracula family this time. I really don't understand why the Holy Church suddenly did this." Ming Ming's heart skipped a beat. She wondered if the Holy Church's sudden action was because of them, or because of Yamu. No one outside knew that Yamu had left. After all, she was taken away by Chi-Yu in the Kirin Orb. The Holy Church suddenly came without warning. She was afraid that this trouble was caused by them. Although she thought so, she didn't say it out loud. Su Qing said anxiously, "Then what should we do now? I'm afraid we can't resist the 5 red-robed archbishops." Klinsmann's expression changed. He said, "I've already reported the situation here to the Covenant of Darkness, but they have no intention of helping. Even if they are willing to come, I'm afraid it's too late. At most, they will go and destroy some churches in other parts of the Holy Church. However, based on the current situation, I'm afraid that the Dracula family will suffer heavy losses today. Christy, once the battle starts, immediately leave this place with Miss Ming Ming. Try to find Chi-Yu and follow them to the east." Su Qing's body trembled. She had already understood many things from Klinsmann's words. Klinsmann was a person who never gave up and was extremely determined. Although he had turned her into a vampire, ever since then, he had treated her like a real family member. Unknowingly, Su Qing had long regarded him as her own brother. With her familiarity with Klinsmann, she immediately understood that Klinsmann had made up his mind to fight to the death. "Brother, I'm not leaving. If we're leaving, we'll leave together." Su Qing looked at Klinsmann with determination. Klinsmann shook his head and looked at her deeply. "Silly girl, do you want to let the pain of the past befall me again? This time, even if I die, I must protect my only sister. Christy, promise me, no matter what, your life is the most important. Don't worry, even if the Holy Church is strong in all aspects, they will have to pay a heavy price if they want to destroy the Dracula family. This is our territory. The honor of the blood kindred cannot be violated. Everyone in the Dracula family, listen to my command. Once the Holy Church breaks into the castle, we will fight to the death. No one can leave here. Just now, I've already planted my blood kindred virus in the blood I gave you. Since you are far weaker than me, if you choose to surrender or give up your nicknames, you should know very well what the consequences will be." As soon as Klinsmann's words came out, the blood kindred immediately went into an uproar. To the blood kindred was as scary as cancer to ordinary people. Every vampire had a different blood relay virus in their body. In a sense, the blood relay virus was the guarantee to maintain their long lives. However, the blood kindred could also kill them at any time. The relationship between them was extremely mysterious. Until now, the vampires had not been able to completely figure out the secret. However, one thing was for sure. Once a low-level vampire was infected with the blood kindred virus of a high-level vampire, he would definitely die. Unless a high-level vampire took the initiative to remove the virus, there was no chance of survival. The power of the blood kindred to trigger the blood kindred was completely in the hands of the high-level vampire. Under certain circumstances, this was the best way for the blood kindred to control ordinary vampires. After all, it was the most terrifying thing for vampires when their long lives were threatened. Moreover, once the blood kindred virus acted up, the pain would probably be 100 times worse than death. Therefore, there had never been a vampire who did not feel horrified when faced with the blood kindred virus. Klinsmann's actions could be said to be cutting off all means of retreat. Even if he managed to resist the external attack in the end, his position in the blood kindred would be greatly affected. After all, no vampire could tolerate the use of the blood kindred virus. Looking coldly at his subordinates, Klinsmann's eyes became colder and colder. If we fight, there is still a glimmer of hope for survival. Otherwise, there will only be one result. After you think it through, come out with me. As he spoke, he led Ming Ming and Su Qing out of the castle. The 5 beams of holy light jointly released by the 30 experts of the Vatican had already condensed into one in midair. A huge amount of energy was constantly flashing, and every time it flashed, a large area of light would spread to the surroundings. The intense, holy energy caused layers of distorted ripples in the surrounding space. Although the instantaneous explosive power and the instantaneous dark chi it brought could not be compared to Chi-Yu's thundercloud force, its continuous attack power was much stronger. This time, Klinsmann did not come out. Instead, he allowed the experts of the Vatican to continuously attack the defensive domain of the Dracula castle. Although the domain here was not as powerful as the Hell Realm, it was, after all, a base built by the Dracula family after thousands of years of hard work. Even if the 5 red-robed experts were charged in, they would first have to pinpoint the exact location of Dracula Castle. Then, they would have to completely destroy the domain. That was not something that could be done in a short period of time. Deep in Klinsmann's heart, there was still a glimmer of hope that the experts of the Covenant of Darkness would arrive in time to resolve the crisis of the Dracula family this time. When Chi-Yu gradually woke up from his coma, he couldn't help but groan from the aching pain all over his body. What's wrong with me? The first thought appeared in the depths of his mind. His eyelids were very heavy, and no matter how hard he tried, he could not open them. The energy in his body was constantly producing a feeling of being almost exhausted. This was the first time he had such a feeling since he returned from the era of the ancient behemoths. His memory gradually returned to his brain, and he gradually remembered everything that had happened before. He slowly used his mental strength to activate the remaining trace of thundercloud force in his body, trying to absorb the energy molecules in the air. To his surprise, as soon as the thundercloud force was activated, it immediately absorbed a large amount of natural energy. As soon as this natural energy entered his body, it immediately fused with the source of nature and quickly healed the injuries in his body. The reason why Chi-Yu was able to obtain the final victory in the battle with the terrifying Great Demon King Ma Dawei was, of course, because of the extremely strong attack power of the Xianyuan Society sword. At the same time, it had an inseparable relationship with his own body. After being modified by the source of nature, Chi-Yu's body had become many times stronger than before. Under the attacks of his opponent, the damage he received had been minimized by his body. The strength of his body was even comparable to Ma Dawei's. As long as Ma Dawei did not have a powerful attack weapon like the Xianyuan Society sword, he would naturally not be able to truly hurt Chi-Yu. As the natural energy was no longer filled up, the thundercloud force in Chi-Yu's body gradually became active, and its ability to recover quickly was displayed. With the help of the source of nature, the thundercloud force recovered quickly. The energy in his body continuously produced a slight rhythm, and every time it recovered, it would increase his strength a little. A faint light flickered, and Chi-Yu finally opened his eyes. At this time, the thundercloud force had recovered by 30%. As for how much time had passed, he did not know. When he opened his eyes, he was surprised to find that his body was actually in a forest. Why am I here? Chiyu looked at his surroundings in shock. This was a real forest, and most of the tall trees were at least 100 years old. No wonder they could provide such a large amount of natural energy. But why was he here? At the last moment of his memory, he seemed to have fainted in Lung Er's arms. Lung Er, where did Lung Er go? Thinking back to Lung Er's pink eyes, Chiyu suddenly shivered. He gradually understood the situation at that time. His heart skipped a beat, and his brain worked quickly to sort out his thoughts. It was Lung Er. That's right, his fainting was caused by Lung Er. Chiyu was sure that ever since he met Lung Er, his spiritual energy had been affected. That girl called Lung Er seemed to have some kind of strange magic that even his spiritual energy could not resist. When he met her, he should have had some doubts. However, those doubts did not appear, and he even treated her as someone close to him. When he defeated the dreadful demon king Matawikia, he forcefully activated the ultimate Kirin's arm to see if he could kill the remaining 2 dreadful demon kings. He had just finished telling Lung Er his thoughts when he fainted. This was definitely not because the thundercloud force had been used up too much. It was because of Lung Er. At that time, her eyes seemed to have released a special kind of energy, and when his spiritual energy was affected by this energy, he fainted. His heart chilled. She was almost sure that Lung Er was a member of the Dark Parliament. Otherwise, why would she do that? He was such an idiot. How could a normal human have pink eyes? When she appeared at that time, he did not notice it at first, and his spiritual energy was gradually affected by her, which led to the situation afterwards. Thinking of this, Chiyu's heart was suddenly enlightened, and he gradually understood everything that had happened. However, what he could not understand was that if Lung Er was a member of the Dark Parliament, and she had captured him, why was he in this forest? Through his spiritual energy and the energy of the source of nature, everything in front of him was definitely not an illusion. It was real. He had killed a dark lich and severely injured a dreadful demon king. If Lung Er was a member of the Dark Parliament, the best outcome would be for her to imprison him or even kill him. He could not understand. He really could not understand. Slowly standing up from the ground, Chiyu stretched his body. He felt much more comfortable. With the thundercloud force that had just recovered by 30%, it would not take long for the remaining energy to be completely restored. She should still be in Berlin, Chiyu thought. He used his spiritual energy to explore the Kirin Pearl, and found that in the Kirin Pearl, not only the Emperor Heart Snow Lotus Queen had fallen into a deep sleep, but also Yamu had fallen into a deep sleep. He tried to use his spiritual energy to wake her up, but he could not. They were still here. It seemed that he had not suffered any harm. In his mind, Lung Er's charming appearance and perfect body appeared. Shi Zhong felt as if there was something else. In the depths of his heart, there seemed to be something that trembled slightly, giving rise to a strange feeling. He shook his head hard. Don't think about it. Not dying is not a good thing. Since the Emperor Heart Snow Lotus Queen has been rescued, I should hurry back to London to pick up Ming Ming. How? Is the legal advisor Klinsman? I don't know how long I've been in a coma. I should call Ru Yue and the others first, so that they won't worry. I hope that Ming Ming did not tell them that I risked my life alone. Thinking of this, Chiyu's eyes revealed a trace of gentleness. Ru Yue, Wen Ting, and Snow Girl were still waiting for him at home. If Snow Girl knew that he had saved her, who knew how happy she would be? As he thought about it, he excitedly called the Dragon Field courtyard. Hello, who is this? As soon as the phone was connected, Chiyu asked impatiently. On the other side of the phone was an explosive voice. Who the F *CK are you? Let me hear your name first. Chiyu frowned. Mo Dan, it's you, right? I'm Chiyu. Where are Ru Yue and the others? Let Ru Yue or Wen Ting answer the phone. Mo Dan said proudly. If you say you want to find them, I'll give them to you. In your dreams, Chiyu, you bastard, have you forgotten how you treated me? I, indifferent green shirt, will not forgive you. I won't let them answer the phone. What can you do? Anyway, you are in Europe and can't touch me. Hit me if you can. Ha ha. Listening to Mo Dan's voice, Chiyu could not help but be slightly angry. Mo Dan, do you know what is important? I called back for serious business. Hurry up and call Ru Yue. What serious business can you have? Isn't it those lovey-dovey? I didn't know that you are so universal. You got a few of them at once. I have to admire you, but I won't let them answer the phone. You don't have to call again. It's useless. I'll cut off the switchboard later. F***CK. Oh, Dan, you cow, just you wait. Chi-Yu said angrily. Hearing his angry voice, Dan was even more proud. What? You hit me? Okay, come on. I'm waiting for you. Chi-Yu took a deep breath, barely calming his inner anger. Dan, listen to me clearly. I don't care what you think of me, but if you delay my business, don't blame me for being rude. Don't you like Vol? Vol is my best brother. Think about it yourself. Tell Snow Girl that I found her father and rescued him. I'm going back to London now, and I'll be there as soon as I can. Listen to me. If the message doesn't get through, I'll make sure you don't even have milk when you get back. In his anger, Chi-Yu kept the phone into his Kieran Pearl. This Dan. Wait and see how I'll deal with her when I get back. Muttering to himself, Chi-Yu couldn't help but laugh helplessly. Dan was still young, and her temper was a little strange. Why should he lower himself to her level? No matter what, she was one of the Zodiac guardian gods. Just as he was thinking, there was a flash of light on the ground. Under the sunlight, there seemed to be something reflecting a ray of light, attracting Chi-Yu's attention. Fu Tu looked over and saw that by his feet, there was a pink gemstone lying quietly in the grass. The gemstone was the size of a knuckle, and it emitted a faint energy. Looking at the pink light, Chi-Yu couldn't help but think of Lung Air's beautiful face again. He subconsciously picked up the gemstone. He inserted his spiritual energy directly into it and felt the changes in the gemstone's energy. At this moment, Chi-Yu felt his vision blur, and his spiritual energy was completely immersed in the gemstone. It was a pink world, a unique domain. It didn't have any offensive or defensive abilities, but it still brought Chi-Yu's spiritual energy into this world. Lung Air stood quietly in this spiritual world, looking at Chi-Yu, her eyes still revealing that charming smile. Chi-Yu, you must be very strange. If I were you, I would also find it strange. This is a domain that belongs to me. I have sealed it in the gemstone, and as long as you use your spiritual energy to enter it, you will be able to hear my voice and see the appearance of metal. Unfortunately, this domain can only be used once, and it will be very difficult for you to see me in the future. This was an image preservation domain. Chi-Yu looked at Lung Air in shock. He had heard Mo mention such a domain before. It was a very special type of domain that didn't have any offensive abilities, but it was very magical. It could preserve the user's image and voice through a certain artifact. He didn't expect to see it, and it was in the modern era. Lung Air continued, I know that you must have doubts about my identity. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to hide it from you, but now is not the time for you to know my identity. I can only tell you, I don't have any ill intentions towards you, and you are really a good person. Even in such a dangerous situation, you didn't forget to save me. Here, I can only apologize to you for being a cripple. Maybe the next time we meet, you will know who I am. When you were unconscious, I read some of your memories. Unfortunately, your memories are too tightly sealed by your spiritual energy. I only know how you found the Black Shadow Council from your memories. I didn't expect you to know Klinsmann from novels. However, he is in a bad situation now. For some reason, the Vatican suddenly launched an attack on the Dracula family's castle. Although Klinsmann is a member of the Covenant of Darkness, due to some special reasons, the true powerhouses of the Covenant of Darkness can't leave Hell City, so they won't help him. If Klinsmann is really your friend, then you should go quickly. Lung Air will miss you, and I really look forward to our next meeting. Lung Air's graceful and delicate body gradually disappeared in the pink mist, but the red light in her eyes remained in Chi-Yu's memory. Even when the image disappeared from the domain and Chi-Yu's spiritual energy returned to reality, he still couldn't sense that she had recovered. Not only did Lung Air's explanation not make Chi-Yu understand, but it also made him even more confused. What exactly is her identity? From what she said, it seems that she released me. However, if that's the case, then her position in the Covenant of Darkness should at least be similar to that of me, the chairman of the Covenant of Darkness. After all, I'm not friendly to the Covenant of Darkness. She even let me take away the Emperor Heart Snow Lotus King. This woman is too scary. Reading memories, this is something that I don't even dare to think about, but she actually did it, although it was only a small part of my memory. Thinking of this, Chiyu's heart suddenly trembled. Lumiere said that Klinsmann's castle was attacked by the Vatican. What's going on? Why did the Vatican suddenly attack Klinsmann's castle? Is it because of me? No, that's impossible. Even if it's against Klinsmann, it should be the Constellation Guardians in Greece, not the Vatican. However, regardless of whether what Lumiere said was true or not, I have to hurry back. The marketing said that Klinsmann is my friend, and Su Qing and Ming Ming are still there. Thinking of this, Qiyu no longer pondered. He immediately activated the cloud force in his body and soared into the sky, flying in a certain direction. As long as he could find them, he would naturally have a way to return to London. Boom! A deafening roar came from the dark world of Dracula Castle. The dark realm, created by the Dracula family's agricultural bank, was on the verge of collapse. Under the constant attacks from the outside world, it could no longer hold on. Klinsmann stood quietly in the castle. Although his expression was calm, his heart had already fallen to the bottom. He knew that no one would come to save the Dracula family. In the dark world, selfishness is the rule. The Covenant should have already given up on him. After all, there are so many experts from the Vatican gathered here. If he was in power, perhaps he would still make the same choice. They are all people from the dark world. Who would be willing to risk being ambushed to save him? Klinsmann laughed to himself. The blood in his eyes shone brightly. Open the dark realm and let them in. Your Highness, a vampire Grand Duke of the Dracula family wanted to stop Klinsmann, but he was suppressed by the cold aura emitted from his body. Under Klinsmann's cold gaze, all the blood kindred above the rank of Viscount of the Dracula family released their energy at the same time. Hundreds of blood-red lights simultaneously merged into the dark sky canopy. The darkness still existed, but the surrounding scenery had changed. A dense forest gradually appeared around the castle. Since the Dracula family's castle was used in the Dark Realm, it had reappeared in the real world for the first time. This was the first time it had reappeared in the real world. It was not located in a special space like Hell City. The ancient castle itself was in the forest, an illusion of the Dark Realm. It had truly appeared in front of the world. Far away, 1,000 meters away, more than 30 experts of the church stopped releasing holy light. Dozens of suns converged in the direction of the Dracula castle. The sun's light was blocked by the dark sky canopy, so the experts of the Dracula family were not affected. The eyes of the experts of the blood kindred had already begun to emit a blood-red light. Although their hearts were still filled with fear, they could only fight in order to survive. The holy light did not dim because of the dark sky canopy. Instead, it shone even brighter in this dark world. Surrounded by the experts of the Vatican, the 5 experts of the Vatican walked forward slowly. They did not seem to be walking fast, but with just a few steps, they were already 100 meters away from the castle. The 5 people in the lead slowly took off the cloak on their heads and looked at Klinsmann. 10 calm gazes gathered together. These 5 people were all above 50 years old. 4 of them had white hair and beards. They took off their cloaks, revealing the dark red archbishop robes inlaid with gold. Klinsmann's guess was right. This time, the red-robed archbishops of the Vatican had come out in full force. The last person wore a silver robe and was much younger than the other 4. However, he exuded a murderous aura, which was different from the other 4. Klinsmann held a crystal cup in his hand and drank a sip of the blood elegantly. The blood kindred under him stood on both sides and watched as the vampire prince walked to the front. Klinsmann performed the standard etiquette of a Western aristocrat. His gestures were large, but the blood in the crystal cup in his hand did not spill out at all. It's a pleasure to receive the presence of so many important figures. I never thought that one day, the ancient castle of the Dracula family would receive your presence.